debate. Stay with us.
Why do so many people start their day here? From ABC.
Let's get ready to rumble. Let's go. We're going to have a good debate. I think this one's going to be hot. Black Pegasus. Even Black Pegasus was like, your thumbnails, yo, is wild. Shout out to Black Pegasus, the homie. One of the best on YouTube, man, just killing the game, him and Don. This is going to be a great debate, y'all. I think this is going to be a good one, at least from a action standpoint, just like we're talking about a boxing fight or something like that. The last debate, I was not surprised that it was boring. It was brutal, man. It was me and the homie Iggy we were on the live, and it was rough, man. Not gonna lie, that was a rough one. It was rough. Joe Biden was slurring his words. Trump wasn't really savage. He was scatterbrained. I think Trump's still going to be scatterbrained this time, but we're going to see some more fireworks. Kamala Harris is there because she thinks she's the woman. And what that means is she thinks that any type of snapback from her is going to be a Yaz Queen moment. And the mics are going to be off, so you're not going to see too much of that, but you're going to hear a little bit of that back and forth. And Kamala's light on subject, on kind of substance. And that's what Jen Psaki used to do when she was press secretary. Jen Psaki would do the yes, queen, whatever moment, say something stupid to Ducey or something like that. And it wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't matter at all. But she would get the Yaz Queens on X and all that. So we're gonna see some fireworks popping off. I don't know if I don't know if Trump's gonna get in the gutter, but I think he should. But I don't know if he will. I think Kamala Harris is going to try to goat him into that. This is the first time they've ever met, believe it or not. They've never met in person. That's crazy. That's one of the biggest shocking things about this debate. That keeps the energy fresh, I think. Last time Trump debated a woman, it was Hillary. And that, I believe, was that the second debate in 2016 where he said you should be in jail? And fast forward, Trump has a sentencing date in, was it November 25th or something? Wait, I forgot when it is. That's around Thanksgiving. They pushed back the date, but he still has a date at this point. This is potentially the only debate between the two candidates that ups the pressure, that ups the ante. This isn't the Joe Biden one where they, at least on paper, had agreed to multiple debates and you could see it popping off back and forth. No, this is the one that they both need very, very badly. Donald Trump has made a questionable decision in my thought is it's questionable that Trump has abandoned his base. The reason why that's questionable is in a tight election, the only people that keep the argument going in your behalf, the public sentiment on your behalf, is your base. So Trump can't even count. Trump's got here's what I mean. Trump has to win on election night. There is no. He had momentum with Stop the Steal last time. It didn't stop the steal. He doesn't have Stop the Steal momentum. Some of the biggest people that were involved with Stop the Steal are actively campaigning against Trump right now. So he needs to win night of. Kamala needs to win night of. I think this election actually will be determined night of. Will the loser concede? I don't know, but I think the margin's going to be the margin's going to be so clear that the loser might concede on election night for this election. But as of right now, all the reports are saying, which I don't believe, but this is what they're saying, is that it's a close election. So you see all that high stakes atmosphere. It brings us to a moment that's building up to a crescendo. I didn't feel the crescendo with the Trump and Biden. They're both two old fogies. Kamala's going to bring up Trump's age today. You already know the playbook where she's going to go. She might even bring up the sexual assault, rape. And it will be interesting to see if Trump has stuff in his bag. There's plenty with Kamala that he could bring up. It always every single debate since Vivek went altered beast, every single debate I'm thinking, I wish Trump was Vivek. I wish Vivek would write Trump's lyrics, ghostwrite for him. So Trump would have that energy, and Vivek did the attacks, but still had substance with it. This is going to be popping off in reportedly about 14 minutes. Trump is a seasoned debater at this point. He doesn't like debates. And the thing that I would say if I were advising Trump is you already got the issues. Trump's gone on these podcasts. That's great preparation for this. He doesn't need to do a lot of debate prep. He just needs to have a plan. Just tell me, what's your plan? You're going into the debate. What's the recurring theme that we're going to hear from you throughout? That's all I wanted. That's all I need from you. If Trump did that, he'd be fine. He has enough command for these debates. It's very surface level command of these topics. Basic talking points. Trump's done hours of podcasts at this point. Kamala, not recently, but she's done a lot of questions, interviews, and stuff like that historically. So you don't really need to over-prepare for this stuff. You don't need to get bogged down in memorizing talking points and stuff like that. You do need to take the notepad to take the when you get your 2 minutes, okay, I need to take this conversation here, and so you're not just rambling like Trump does. That's the biggest concern, I think, for Trump, is that he will be too soft and too rambly. Topics like immigration, I have a feeling the first topic is going to be on immigration. I could be wrong. I'm thinking about that because of how the Haitian invasion in Springfield blew up. I could be wrong, but I still think that's what could lead it off. If not, it's the economy. If not that, it would be Israel, which I highly doubt that they would lead off with that. So Trump's got to be ready. We all know what the topics are. I don't think there's going to be any surprise topic. They might do something like, here's your biggest criticism, Trump. Here's your biggest criticism, Kamala. What do you say to your critics? I would expect that. Who knows what the criticism will be for each one of them. But Trump's got a lot of ammo to go at with Kamala. Kamala doesn't have as much ammo for Trump to me. Is Trump going to bring up the Arlington Gate, Abbey Gate? I would be very upset if he did not. It is a problem for Kamala. It will always be a problem for Kamala. If what I'm referring to is the Kamala tried to step to Trump and say, you tried to politicize politicize the tragedy of the family members of those who died in Afghanistan and Kabul, and on the anniversary, and the family members just went ham on Kamala, and Trump quote tweeted her, and it just made her look smaller. It didn't make her look like a commander in chief, and she never looked like a commander in chief, and that stench is still there. It doesn't even, the beauty of this stench, if you're a Trump supporter, even if Trump doesn't bring it up, that's still there. No one's ever going to look at Kamala as if she's some commander in chief. It's not a problem. All the way up until when they fill out that ballot, no one's going to look at her like that. That's a big problem to overcome. That's Kamala's biggest problem, I think, for sure. We'll see if Trump is effective at bringing it up. The debate rules are kind of corny. I officially can tell you that I do not support, we're at a 10-minute countdown. I can officially tell you that I do not support these turn the mics off in between. I said the ultimate debate format would be the two candidates on the stage, have an audience. Hopefully it's a fair, balanced audience, but you want people in the audience, but have them on the stage, no moderator, no topics, and you guys do whatever you want to do. You're on the stage, though. You can't go off the stage for 90 minutes. I don't care what you do. You could be silent. You could turn your back on the other person for 90 minutes. That would be the ultimate, oh, what are these people really like? How's the conversation going to start? We don't need moderators. This is a waste of time, and we don't need mics to be quiet in between. We need the banter. So thank you. Shout out Nick Day by Day from the UK. Craziness going on in the UK, man. The UK is kind of like Springfield, Ohio in a way with the invasion. Cultures that are not compatible forced together in a blender. It's kind of like mixing up ingredients for a shake or something like that don't go together. Not a good thing. But thanks for stopping by on this. I think the post-debate spin is the big deal now. Wasn't that the last one? The last, we had that was after the Biden debate, I believe. The post-debate spin, and I don't know who's doing the debate responses. Does anybody know that? I don't know who's doing the debate responses. I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene did one time. She's not going to do them now. They usually try to do a up-and-coming person for the post-debate response. But I don't know who it is this time, but that's almost bigger than the debate. At least the last one, it was way bigger because that was a setup. So we're gonna have every debate. You have memorable moments and gaffes. What did Biden say last debate? He said we're gonna beat Medicare or something like that. And Trump said, "Yeah, you beat the hell out of it." that was Trump's best line. That was a great line. He's like, "Yeah, you beat the hell out of that thing." That's a good one from Trump. That was probably his only line that I felt like, oh, that's Trump right there. But I got get your popcorn ready. I think this is going to be interesting. Hopefully they bring up topics that are outside of the just boring. They're very important, don't get me wrong, but economy, immigration, all that. I don't want to hear about polling. I hope they don't bring up anything like that. I think Trump should somewhat reintroduce himself to people. If they talk about the economy, that's when you talk about how you're a businessman. And I think that'd be a good time to bring it up. Nick Day by Day says, I hope Trump wins for you guys. We'll see, man. I honestly have no idea. If forced to make a prediction, which I'm out of the prediction business now, but I did make one on the X space with homie Might Be Wrong and Iggy yesterday, and everybody else who came through. Much respect. If I had to make a prediction, I hate to say it, this might be good for you, though. My wife would tell you, if you're a Trump supporter, you should throw a party. I think Kamala is going to win this on first day. I think they're going to do whatever they need to do to get that done. They do not want this to linger. This is not going to be a lingering one. It's going to be pretty much a wrapped up. The press isn't going to let this linger. They're going to have it wrapped, signed, sealed, delivered. You're going to know. The good news is, if I'm right, you're going to know that night who the winner is. I can see them just planning ahead for the Obama-like cheering for a woman, first flake, and fake black, and then first whatever else they throw in there, and I can see that as the big celebration, trying to recreate the Barack Obama moment, which was actually a great moment for those who were alive during that moment. That was actually, man, that was really to see where we are as a country now is really basically the opposite of where we were when Obama won. I mean, people were all seriously on some unity. Now I know unity is not a good thing. Unity is not a good thing. Nick Biden says, I don't think Kamala has the ability to talk. I think she does. I think she does. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if she's on drugs or, she's in that bottle or what. There's something weird about her where she has these moments where she is very, very on point. And if you look back at that last debate with Mike Pence, she was not bad in that debate at all. She was not the fly debate where the house fly was chilling laying eggs on Mike Pence's head, probably because he's feces. The fly knew. I didn't fully know at the time. I was not a Mike Pence fan, but we were in a different place. Mike Pence would be getting shelled, politically if he were the VP now. Nick Biden says Kamala can't talk without a teleprompter. Yeah, she needs a script. Well, she needs an outline at least, and I think she'll have enough of that. She definitely needs more prep for this than Trump. Going on these interviews is prep. Going on with Lex Friedman is prep. Going on with, believe it or not, Aiden Ross is prep. He's been on with a lot of people. Trump has been on with a lot of people on podcasts. And all that's prep. I mean, he's been on those podcasts for like hours at a time. That's good prep. Greens in the tub. That's why why I like AI. I've told you guys about that AI. So now the politicians, I can't draw. I'm not a digital artist. I'm not an artist at all. Now these politicians want to run around and pander, which I think there's going to be a lot of pandering in this debate, though. We'll see. They're going to try to say, I'm better for the blacks. I'm better for the Jews. I'm better for this. You can see a lot of the pandering. But she was pandering so hard, she wants to become a caricature of what black people are supposed to be. So the fake black woman running for president thinks that you blacks wash your greens in the bathtub. She probably heard that from somebody and said, oh yeah, that's how the blacks operate. And she just went out and said it like it was no different than Hillary Clinton with the hot sauce. Is it working? That's why the Tabasco sauce is in the meme. So, Kamala, did you take a bath with the greens while you were washing them? Or was that before or after? But the point is, AI can make it happen like that. AI, give me a picture of a naked Kamala Harris in a bathtub. I could have made it a 1994 Kamala Harris. That would have been more appealing. That would have been better. I'll take ownership of that one. It didn't have to be Kamala now. It should have been Kamala. It should have been Kamala. I'm Bill Clinton. It should have been Kamala of 1994. Jack Posovic had a tweet that he deleted. He said something like, I don't know why he deleted it. He said something like, should I go to Kamala's hotel tonight? And I think he meant it as a journalist. And I was like, in 94, I wasn't married. I was younger. I was technically underage at that time, but let's just get past that. If it was 1994, I would have, Jack. But I'm married now, and Kamala is not the same Kamala. It's not 1996 anymore, bro. No, I'm not going to the hotel. Now, if it's Nancy Pelosi, see, that's an inside. That's for the long-time listeners of the show. If you're new and you don't understand the Nancy Pelosi reference, Just be grateful that you don't understand it. But if you don't know, I am a fan of Nancy Pelosi in certain ways, in a Rex Chapman way. Man, that was what, 2 years ago now? We're going back to old school stuff. We're down under a minute for the debate. I already had 2 bags of popcorn. Seriously, no joke. I had it I just had them as snacks earlier in the day. I was going to make popcorn. I was like, I already had 2 bags, man. I'm tired of popcorn. Bobby Ball Bags, we need the jokes, man. How retarded is this going to be? What's up, Bobby? Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Is it going to be retarded? It could be. I don't think it is, but I think now that you mention it, it could be. It could get retarded. That's like that cannabis song Wyclef made for him. Let's pop in. Let's hear what they're talking about. Are we gonna go live? David, don't take down the stream, ABC. This is fair use.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion. One of them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump, will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out. when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear
You
a bunch of
fucking
lies.
live
And that's
fact-checking.
not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's the problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v. Wade,
Answer the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president, in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President Harris,
the
I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake
Trump.
Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400,
President
500
Trump.
acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get to.
environment, as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, The president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her.
Go!
But
Mr.
he
President.
got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approved the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe, because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Wow, we got a good debate. Let's go.
The ABC News.
We got a debate here. It's been a minute since I've seen a good debate, man. This is a good debate from all around. Give Kamala credit. She's on her A game. But the story's Donald Trump. Donald Trump hasn't done this well in the debate since 2016. This is B to B plus Donald Trump. The only reason I wouldn't give him an A at this point is I think he could get a little bit more in the gutter. But let's not miss words. This is a solid B plus performance from Donald Trump. Donald Trump's putting in work right now. This is a very good debate for him. And it's not even a bad debate for Kamala. Kamala's doing a really good job. I mean, she's looking as presidential as she can, dressed for the role, talking like the role, acting like the role. But Trump is just a larger figure, and he's just a larger than life figure. And the moment this thing switched was when Kamala went to the crowd size. That was probably a mistake in, looking back at it. Because ever since she did that, Trump was like, okay, now the gloves are off. It's almost like the first couple rounds, you're trying to feel each other out or whatever, like a boxing match. I don't watch UFC, but I used to watch boxing. And then around 3, 4, people start swinging. And I think Kamala came out and she was like, whap, got Trump with a little body blow. And then Trump was like, it's over now. Now he came hard on her. Very, very good stuff by Donald Trump, man. He's focused. I don't think he has he's focused enough. Like, he's not just rambling like he did with Biden. I analyzed that Biden debate very closely because I was very harsh and I wanted to make sure that my take was solid. And I listened back, my take was probably even soft. He was very rambly, very bad. In this debate, Trump is on point. Kamala's the one that's kind of going off track, off point. I did, I'm doing like some notes here. A very good rant here. Right before the Israeli topic, Trump went on a great rant about how feckless the Biden-Harris was. That was in response to, I think, the J6 topic, I forget, but Trump twisted it into how bad they were. And then they went into the Israeli topic, and I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. For me, at least personally, this could go off the rails for Trump. Nah. Trump handled the Israeli topic as good as he could. Trump used the line, he said, you were at a sorority party instead of, I thought she was doing some soccer thing, but I forgot. But it doesn't matter what's real or not or what, I'll have to look it up. But Trump said she was at a sorority party, instead of meeting with Netanyahu. Good line. What surprised me, did you pick up? Trump said, to Kamala, you don't like the Arabs. I didn't expect that. Very smart from Trump. Very smart. So Trump he didn't put Israel's banana in his mouth there. We know he has it there. He's always had it there. We just don't want you, just don't do that in public. Do it behind closed doors. Do it under the desk. That was Trump's answer on Israel was as good as it could have been from my standpoint. Maybe if you're the Zionist shills out there, it's not enough for you. For me, he handled it perfectly. Toy Mafia, what's up? Saying Kamala is trash. She's doing well in the debate. There's nothing I have to really knock Kamala. With the material that she has, the record that she has, she's taking a little bit of jabs. She's doing lies. This is really pissing me off. One of the few times I wanted to interrupt. The fact-checking is ridiculous. Not only are they fact-checking in real time, they're only fact-checking Trump, and the fact-checking is inaccurate. They said, I think it was, what's her name, Lindsay Davis or whatever her name is? She said that there were no states that allowed unliving the fetus all the way through full term. That's incorrect. From what I looked up, I have to look at the state laws, but at least from articles I've been reading, there's 9 states that don't have any limitations on full term or not. I think I thought I was in one of them. Colorado. Does Colorado? I don't think Colorado. I thought that was the big news from a while back. But I think they're coming back here. Excellent stuff. You couldn't ask for a much better debate. Maybe a little bit more fireworks, but you lose substance with more fireworks. This is good.
ABC News presidential debate. We're going to continue here.
I'll be right back.
I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. and understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5, took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank
you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
going
just
to
need
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
3rd time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, We're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Donald J. Trump. Wow. I haven't seen him get this lit since 2016. And you could argue it's better than some of the 2016 because he's more substantive. These hits that he's bringing on opening, talking about the corruption, and that's substantive. So somebody with Trump had a little kind of hiccup there, but I think he comes across as authentic to me though. The hiccup was when they're asking about your health care plan. And I've always been saying this, the Republicans, even the old school Republicans before, the dinosaur Republicans before Trump, they never had an answer for health care. And Trump doesn't either. He literally said he doesn't have an answer there. But I do he sounded authentic because he literally said, if I can't come up with a better plan, then I'm not going to change it. Even though he was knocking Obamacare, he said, if I can't come up with a better plan, I'm not changing it. That was a moment of authenticity. So I think overall, even with Trump saying I don't have a plan, it's not the answer I want to hear. That's not good, but he answered it in a way that makes sense, at least. He didn't say I don't have a plan and I'm just going to do whatever. Loaded Rent said, bro, I'm burning tires as we speak. F your climate. It's not a big topic. They don't bring that up much anymore, as you can see. She wanted to, didn't she want to talk about fracking? I had to go help my kids, and I was doing stuff, so I was kind of in and out over the last little bit. But you can tell Kamala's scared of the fracking conversation. She needs Philly. She needs Philadelphia, and it's a big topic there. It's a big topic everywhere, but in the swing state, that's a big deal. So you can tell she's scared about that because she is literally flip-flopping on it. And for whatever reason, people, when you flip-flop, people don't really rock with you as much. Snitches get senator seats. 2020. Loaded Wrench, I agree with Loaded Wrench. Kamala's basically bringing out all the lie headlines. Basically, every single political CNN headline that lies about Trump is basically what her talking points are. Kamala's not doing bad, though. Don't get me wrong, but you're right, Loaded Wrench. It's just the headlines. Trump is getting underneath the headlines. What did I say before the Biden debate? I didn't even say it before this one, but it stood up, but even though I didn't say it. If Trump is on that stage and he's saying the same talking points if he's saying things that you would hear on CNN, he's failing. He's not doing that this debate. He's bringing up all kinds of things you won't hear on CNN. So he's doing much better. This is a good debate for Trump. Let's go looking through the comments here. Linda Douglas says, boy, she wanted to destroy Trump. She should shut up and pray her sins don't come out. Linda trying to be generous and talking about the sins. She slept her way to climb the ladder. She's the one that is throwing mud. Pardon me, all she can do is destroy. Yeah, that's a fair comment. I don't even have a problem with Trump, honestly, because I'm the one that said that should come out. And if Trump wants to bring that out, is it still going on? I guess it's still going on, probably one last segment. That's right. They said there's 2 breaks in there. And during the breaks, I don't believe they're allowed to talk to any of their people, if I read the rules correctly. Those are small things that are pretty important, especially for Kamala. She doesn't have any political instincts. But the way Trump's going, I don't think he needs to bring up the knee pads because he's tying more substantive attacks. His attack on the Joe, going into the debate, I would have said don't bring up Joe, but he's bringing up Joe in a way that's really good. He made Kamala say at that one moment, Kamala said, "Well, you're not running against Joe, you're running against me," and I don't blame Kamala for saying that. What is she going to say? But that again makes you think, well, why wasn't Joe running? Because Kamala threw him out, and the people, not even Kamala. That's why Trump is talking through her. You know who I think helped him with this debate? I didn't hear it. I bet you Vivek helped him with this debate. That's exactly what Vivek would have done. Vivek talked about it on the stage with Tucker. Let's get back to the final segment here.
Statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight 2 very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever ask them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And we are here live on ABC with our post-debate comments. I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively debate from the economy to abortion to Afghanistan.
So we're going to hear in the aftermath. I'm very curious. I was shell-shocked after the last debate. I'm almost expecting everybody to say Trump did terrible because it's always the opposite of what I think.
Bruce and Rachel Scott. Our reporters across the news division have been updating our live blog, looking at some of the allegations made back and forth, doing fact checks. You can find all of that on abcnews.com.
That's not the
But I
story.
would like to replay the moment at the very start of this debate because it was quite a moment. The handshake. And if you look,
Harris. Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
I mean,
Welcome
quite a
to you
moment,
both.
first of all, because we hadn't seen a handshake. We haven't seen a handshake.
No, that was a good moment. That's where you start with the debate. If you're going to start at the beginning, that is a fair place to start. I was like, whoa, okay. It was aggressive from not aggressive in like in an antagonistic way. It was aggressive in Kamala wanted to come in and be like, I'm a boss. I'm not afraid of Trump. She came over to his podium. Trump was like, where are you going? Trump was like, what's going on here? He thought maybe usually you meet in the middle and handshake. But she said, and then she's like, I'm Kamala. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, bruh. That was good for Kamala. I mean, it's not gonna play a factor or anything. It's just this is geeking out time. But if you're gonna geek out, that was definitely something to talk about.
In a
And she
long time.
initiated that one.
And
Yes, she
I mean,
did.
not only did she
Immediately.
initiate it, she walked over to him and sought him out,
Yeah.
put hands out, and also made the first words.
And probably had a plan if he hadn't put his hand out either.
Interesting. So Martha,
I don't know if she had a plan for that. If that would have made it look better for her. Trump didn't do anything wrong. Trump was fine. He shook her hand. He said, "Nice to meet you," or something like that. Yeah. even though he has to hate the guts of these people and those people hate him. It's just, I mean, this is a debate. This is what you do. I mean, you see the fighters do that all the time.
Bottom line, what did you think?
I think clearly what Kamala Harris wanted to do was be the candidate of hope, the candidate of the future. Donald Trump seemed angry within 4 minutes. I think we saw him go.
They're covering for Kamala. They're covering for Kamala. They're talking about how angry Trump looked. I don't think Trump came across as angry. He came across as a CEO that's analyzing, not like an angry, unhinged dude. But yes, that is true. Kamala is trying to look at the future because she's in office now. So she has no choice but to look into the future to try to make herself an outsider.
Going from very serious at the beginning, never really seemed to look at her, to just angry. I mean, really yelling at some points, trying to make his points. I don't think we heard
That's
a
not
lot
true.
of
That's not true.
policy and plans on either side of that, despite those questions over and over again. But
You don't get. They went as detailed as you would expect in a debate. Trump had the one thing on healthcare, but you don't really talk deep policy on a debate. They went as deep as you could. They had substance. This was not a debate that was surface level with just, ad hominems. No, I don't agree with that at all. They got into the issues.
what you had was that optic. You had Kamala Harris looking over, baiting him again and again and again. The microphones were muted when they weren't.
Don't you see how they're trying to frame the narrative? They're rewriting history after you just saw it. She wasn't baiting him into anything. She was trying to do attacks, and Trump out-attacked her. So then Trump out-attacked her. He did better than her in those moments. So then now they say Trump looked angry. They didn't say unhinged, though. They said he was just angry.
Speaking, but many times she didn't need a microphone. You watch Donald Trump get mad, scowl through things. And, John, we were all talking leading up to this.
That's how they're trying to spin Trump looking like a boss and her not looking like a boss.
About how this would go, what Donald Trump you would see. I think he had a plan for talking about what he saw as a next term, but then he was talking about rumors about people eating their neighbors' pets.
That was so good. So now they're talking about illegal Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, when they wouldn't have been talking about it. So good. Of course, I didn't think he was going to do it. Somebody on X, shout out to, I think it's Audra. And I was like, that Trump doesn't exist anymore. I'm going to have to go back and say, I was wrong. She didn't say a take, I don't think. But yeah, I was wrong. Trump brought it up, and he brought it up early, too.
So it really devolved into that.
Look, Kamala Harris did.
So he tried to save her after that, because now she's bringing up the illegals, because you can't fact check whether the Haitians are eating Canadian geese in Springfield without acknowledging there's 15,000 to 20,000 Haitians. What are 20,000 Haitians doing in Springfield, Ohio? Christopher Rufo actually has a really good thread chasing the money on that. It's pretty much what you probably would have thought.
Didn't really explain some of the big questions that were out there about why she changed her policy views on so many things. Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast,
the Trump, I'm going to call balls and strikes. If Trump looked rattled, I would say he looked rattled. At the end, he got fatigued. He's older now. It's later on the East Coast. I'm in Mountain Time. But he was not. There was zero rattled. In the beginning, Kamala's voice was quivering a little bit. Not a lot, but you could tell she was nervous, understandably. But Kamala did well, though. It's not that she was quivering the whole time. She got rid of that quickly. She had a couple giggles, the giggles weren't even a factor there, probably because the mic was off, but she did well there, but Trump was not rattled. Kamala wasn't rattled. She was more rattled than Trump, but she wasn't so rattled where I would say, oh, she was scared. You know who was rattled? David Muir. David Muir got rattled because he tried to fact check Trump, and Trump did the right strategy. He wasn't on defense. He went back on offense. And David Muir had to say, well, here's my fact check. And Trump went on offense. So then David Muir had to stop it because every time he tried to fact check it, Trump came back on offense and it wasn't effective. David Muir, he was a little shook. That was the one where they were talking about the Springfield.
Harris, who again, much of the world doesn't know. Harris looked like she belonged on the stage.
She did.
Looked like she is somebody that could serve as president.
And that is certainly how the campaign is feeling.
As much as, not for me, but yeah, as much as she could do, she looked like, I hate, it even sounds weird even saying it, because she does not look like a commander-in-chief, but as much as she could have looked the part, that's what she did the best she could there. Trump needed his A game because she was, you can see all this stuff about Kamala being stupid and all that. I mean, she might really just be drunk. I'm actually buying into the drunk stuff. What am I crazy for that? I don't know. It's allegedly, but she looked sober there, and she was the Kamala that I thought she always was. Very competent. Of course, a liar. Don't get me wrong, but she didn't have any gaffes there. She's never really, her whole career, she's never really been a gaffe person until she ran for president and recently. Now she's like a laugh gaff and all that, but I think she really is under something's going on because that Kamala isn't this Kamala. This wasn't the cackling hyena Kamala. This was the as good as you could get presidential candidate Kamala. Let's go back.
Tonight, I can tell you, the Harris campaign feels very good. They feel they had a very strong night, that she was in command, that she did look presidential, and that she was able, they feel, to hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions. And of course, that was their goal going into.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Now, I think Kamala supporters might say that, but I'm trying to give I'm not a Trump supporter right now, but I'm trying to give a balanced, as unbiased as possible assessment of what happened. And she did not hold Trump accountable for anything. Trump came back. He wasn't early on, before she brought up the crowds. That was a bad move. That was a bad move from Kamala. She brought up the crowd leaving. So I understand she was trying to get a little bit in the gutter, but why? What was the purpose of her bringing up the crowd leaving? She tried to tie it into Trump doesn't really talk about you guys anymore. He talks about himself. Yeah, there's something there, but that didn't tie to the crowd leaving. I don't see that. I don't think his base is as rallied as they should, as he could be rallying them, but I don't see the crowd leaving thing. So that was a mistake because that didn't land. It didn't really go anywhere, and then it woke Trump up. I thought before that was early on in the debate. Before that, I thought Trump was going to go too much on the defense. But then after that, he went pretty much straight offense.
That she would be able to put Donald Trump's record under a microscope. And they feel that the strongest example of that was that exchange on abortion, where she was able really to blame Donald Trump directly to his...
No, Trump actually, they brought up abortion as the second topic. Can you believe that? With everything going on in the world and our country, the arresting the telegram, Trump didn't bring that up, did he? I mean, he did well, so I'm not going to... But arresting Pavel Durov and the Brazil X stuff, which is actually a complicated situation there, but it is, whatever it is, it's anti-people. The UK, all that stuff in the world ties into the US, and obviously the immigration and economics in the US as well. The second topic, they talked about economy first. Second topic was abortion. Just a setup. But it actually worked out for Trump because he was debating basically at one point all three of them, and he won the debate against all three of them. But abortion was the second topic. And I was like, uh-oh, here we go. No, Trump did that. He actually did well on it. He said, I left it up to the states. He said, you guys are the demon, basically paraphrasing, you guys are the demons looking to allow it for the full term, put Kamala on the defense. She was like, no, we don't allow that. They did the fact check. The fact check was a lie. The fact check was a lie. There are states that have no restrictions, allow it all the way through, and Lindsey Davis lied about that. That's the first thing ABC, when they get into the fact checking section, they better bring that up and better correct the record. if they have not already on X. Even if they did it on X, they need to do it on record, on TV.
Face. I mean, she said what you are putting women through is unconscionable. Yes, she goaded him. She flat out trolled him many times, got him off message, but she also talked
Got him off message how? What are you talking about? He stayed on message. He said, I'm leaving up to the states. And then he even said Ohio and Kansas, they went away. You didn't even think. That was actually a good line. Trump was prepared. That was really well done. He didn't go off tangent. He stayed on the topic and navigated in the topic. He actually did very well on the abortion issue.
directly to voters, even inviting them to a Trump rally to underscore that central argument in her campaign that she says he's only out for himself, that she argues she's out for the
That didn't work, though. So when she in the beginning said, I invite you to a Trump rally, I was like, okay, this is a little different. But where was she? She didn't even take that anywhere. It didn't land. I disagree. That did not work. That was right when she tied it into the crowd size, I believe. That had nothing to do with the abortion topic. You can see already from their response, Kamala, not that she didn't do well, Kamala lost. Trump did better. You can tell from their response, Trump did better.
Rachel?
Yeah, well, look, the Trump campaign is going to be seizing on the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris did not do a great job today, really.
This is the black that Trump was going to battle with at the National Association of Black Journalists.
Explaining her policy shifts, right? And that is what they have been seizing on. They're really trying to define her for voters when voters have a lot of questions about her policy positions. At the same time, though, almost every single thing that Vice President Kamala Harris said tonight got under Trump's skin. And that is exactly what his allies.
Yeah, let's turn to the black, and here's what we get. Yeah, predictable. Complete, utter garbage. I just...
And his advisors did not want to see. I can tell you, I do not think that part of Donald Trump's debate prep was people eating dogs in Springfield or comparing rally sizes. They wanted him to stay focused on the issues, especially the ones that he has an edge on Harris, economy and immigration.
I mean, you want to get under Donald Trump's skin, you question the people at his rallies. And that was something else. Martha, you have?
She did get under his skin with that, but that's actually when Trump turned it around and loosened up a little bit.
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic vice presidential candidate.
This goofy-ass nigga.
Welcome, Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
This nigga goofy as hell. Why is he like that?
Martha, I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now many Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision, you saw the...
That's a good angle for them to go. It's like, they're obviously lying. They're a president for everyone except for you, anybody watching this channel, basically. Any populist on the left or the right. But it is a good angle to say, I'm the president for all people, because now you kind of, Trump doesn't have that same vibe, even though I think he really is way more than Kamala. It's just the perception.
Poise, and you saw the compassion for people, understanding she spoke about an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it.
Empty platitudes. Everybody be a part of it. That means illegals getting benefits.
And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing,
the 80-year-old stuff doesn't land here when Trump he wasn't rambling, he was on point, he had energy, and he was focused. So the 80-year-old stuff doesn't land tonight. He probably had that pre-planned.
talking about things that are deeply concerning because they make no impact on the American public. He shouldn't be anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous, it reminds you of an old man yelling at the clouds. That was his thing. Get off my yard. That's what he did all night. Contrast that with the voice of Harris laying out the question for everyone that matters. And so I think the whole country can see what happened tonight. We'll keep pushing forward. That's the way that the country wants to see our politics be. She laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question.
Well,
can you clear that up?
Trump forced that question. Trump was like, okay, when is the cutoff? And she started dodging. So she kind of did her little Kamala dance. It's like, well, no, I'm not going to be there for that question.
Where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years.
What does that
You
mean?
saw this in there, and him pushing back to the states. She's exactly right.
Wait.
People like Amanda in Texas.
That doesn't answer the question. She's saying, what's the cutoff? You're so big on this abortion. And then Trump says, you want it full term. They said, no, we don't want it full term. Okay, what's the time? Roe v. Wade did divide it into, I think it was 3 sections, but it didn't say that there was a timeline to my knowledge. Let me look that up real quick.
Everybody saw on the stage in Chicago, nearly bleeding out, having sepsis twice because she can't get the care. She's been absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald Trump said, that is untrue. The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their healthcare providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Walz. John?
And we have the other side of the ticket. We have Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's...
Before we go to J.D. Vance, I want to clear up that thing. I want to look up the facts here because I got Perplexity. Cyan, friend of the show, put me on to Perplexity, which is better than... Yeah, so I looked it up. It says no. Roe v. Wade did not force states to put a specific limit on how late in pregnancy abortions could occur. So when she says, how late is too late? And he says, well, the answer is obvious. It's Roe v. Wade. Bitch, you're dodging again. You're just doing your little two-step or whatever. You're doing your little side. You did not answer the question. So let's go to J.D. Vance.
Joining us now, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
So I want to get to one part in the debate where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here in this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on her record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put?
ABC, they tried. Trump, you can see how Trump did well. He did so well. They can't, there's no other topic. So they bringing it back to abortion, like abortion. We got to rally them with the abortion issue. And Trump did very well, better than JD's doing here. But you see ABC providing cover.
In a position to answer that question?
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract Americans on issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace,
Senator,
what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this for just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that. She has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us. Mary.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
The reaction online is crazy. Is there a post debate? I did not post debate, but who did the response? Somebody in the chat, let me know what's going on with the response. I'll look for it, but let's see what the chat's saying. Kamala is at 4% and Trump is at 96%. Trump is winning the debate. Where'd you see that? Top Cat says that. C. Dinger says, is that a word? Man, you guys are killing me with these names. She never said anything that she planned to do or how she was going to do it. I think she got, on a lot of things, she got somewhat detailed. Not everything. But same applied to Trump. Nick Day by Day says, in rep in the UK, says, didn't she have crowds for music artists and then people were leaving after the shows? Yeah. But Trump didn't want to get too much into that. That's not really what he handled that well, addressed it, and then moved on. All of Trump's attacks came with a purpose. It wasn't just random. He did a really good job tying it in. Donald Trump, he's a seasoned debate guy now. I mean, he's debated a lot of these big time debates. He's never been nervous by the moment, never been rattled. I guess you could say the stand by, stand back, and stand by or whatever, that was kind of being rattled, but I think it was more of a mistake. Just too much on defense. Just stay on offense, you're fine. But let's take a look and see here. Kamala Harris says they're ready for another debate. Let's take a look at this. This is news coming from ALX, and I will show it to you. ALX says, statement from Harris Walz campaign. They're coming out, and I think the big thing that I'm seeing here is she's ready for another debate. Let's see. Under the bright lights, the American people, this is from Walz and Harris, people got to see the choice they will face moving forward with Kamala or backwards with Trump. That's what they saw tonight, what they should see at a second debate in October. Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. That shows you she didn't win this one. You're not looking for, you look at any type of boxing UFC match. After the match is over, who's the one looking for the rematch? The one who lost is looking for the rematch. This is an acknowledgement of loss, period. Flat out, Kamala lost the debate. That shows it right there. That shows you it right there. That's proof perfect right there that Kamala lost the debate. Molly Hemingway, the famous writer for, who does she write for? Federalist? Yep, Federalist. Federalist is really good. The Federalist is a really good outlet. One of the best outlets out there. And she's good. Molly's done some of the big stuff, J6 and other stuff. She says that every fact check. Yeah. SBA Pro-Life America says fact check, babies born alive and failed unliving attempts are real. Yeah, we already knew that. But those are stories that we've followed and covered. Donald Trump has sent out a truth on social. He says, "I thought that was my best debate ever, especially since it was 3-on-1." Yeah, he got it. He's right. Let's go back to ABC. I'm curious to see the aftermath. I'm going to stop and share again because I lose audio. 1 second.
Years ago, before Joe Biden took office. Is that going to be a continued problem for her?
4 years ago, 50% of the schools in this country were closed. You had thousands.
Pandemic.
But 50% of the schools in this country were closed. 10 million people were out of work. You had businesses shut down. And now you have a
Cedric Richmond was like, this is the one that Biden, remember Biden called him a boy?
What the vice president was doing, and she did a good job of doing.
He said, "You're a journalist now. You're supposed to play along with me. 50% of the schools were closed, right? Don't provide any context."
Was articulating where we started, where we are now, and what her plans and how it would chart a new way forward. And I think she did a good job of that.
I want to go ahead and take a listen to a clip here that we prepared. This is the candidates talking about each other's policies. Let's take a listen.
I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
That's a good line.
So that's, again,
good
to
line.
That same narrative here, the Trump team trying to define her. Do you believe, are you confident that she is able to change this narrative going forward? Clearly, the voters still want to know more about her. They want to know where she stands. Do you think that she's going to be able to do that in the days and weeks ahead?
Yeah, I think she did a great job of it tonight. And part of what a debate is, it's a compare and contrast. And I think that she talked about our values, and I think he talked about himself. He's still stuck thinking he won the 2020 election. In fact, that was the lowest point on the dials when he still rehashed that he won the election in 2020.
Nope, he didn't.
Her highest point on the dial is when she talked about.
Oh, they're looking at I think they have real-time assessment of your normie watching it. But I'm not speaking from the normie that they're talking about with the dials. If they have the dials, I wish at least ABC or whoever could put them, maybe putting them on would be bad because they'll just rig it. But I wish I could see the dials that they see, where they're looking at people in real time. Is this resonating with you or not? Because that'd be completely different than me. But Donald Trump, when he talked about 2020, he flipped it up. He did not dwell on the past. He flipped it up. He did a good job on the J6. I've been very critical with him on the J6. He recently skipped a fundraiser that was going to be held at, I forget if it was Mar-a-Lago or his New Jersey property or whatever the other property is. But they postponed it. Trump they offered Trump to come speak to raise money for the J6 defendant, for them to pay their legal bills and all that. And Trump said, "No, I'm not going to come." And then they rescheduled it. It was supposed to be September 5th. But his answer, at least his answer on that debate stage on J6 was strong. No defense. No, he wasn't on defense. He did say, "I said peacefully and patriotically," but then he went on offense. What about BLM? What about illegal crime, the legals? So he did a good job to bringing it to the current day.
Was going to be a president for all of America, that she was going to work hard to improve the quality of life of everybody in this country. And I think that she did a great job tonight. And she's willing to keep doing it, and she's going to keep showing people who she is, and who she's fighting for, and that's the American people.
Former Congressman Cedric Richmond, thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's turn now to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who is joining us right now. And Rachel, obviously, you've been on the campaign trail. You've been talking about the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign. One of the big issues, and there was a significant moment tonight, was the topic of abortion. Let's go ahead and take a look.
They're back on abortion again. They're talking about abortion after the debate. I don't even know if they've brought up inflation. So they're talking about abortion. I mean, 10-1 as far as airtime over inflation, because they know they have the dial. That dial doesn't move the needle on the people they want.
One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
That didn't resonate because he never did that. So that line didn't land. You see how they clipped it there because Donald Trump said it was up to the states. Was that he's not trying to tell anybody anything.
So, Rachel, forgive me, a lot going on here in the spin room, but your takeaway on what we just heard right there. I know people with the Harris campaign are saying that was a strong moment for her.
Yeah, it looks awfully busy in that spin room behind you, but I know a lot of those surrogates there for the Harris campaign and for the Trump campaign are going to be getting questions about this because this is going to be a critical defining issue in this election. Look, abortion rights could be on the ballot in as many as
Can
12
somebody in the chat tell me who did the reply? Isn't there usually a reply or am I tripping? I'm thinking more of the State of the Union. I thought there was replies after the debate too. Maybe I'm tripping. I thought there was a reply. Barton Bella says he should have prepped for the debate. He came across as unhinged and old. Wow, so Barton Bella, I actually think he showed up well. So I told you that, and that happened. That's good. That's good. I don't want to see a reaction and have that mold into mine. I want to see that's my reaction. I didn't see anything on Twitter as far as other people's reactions. I only saw mine, just like the last debate. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe it could just be the mood that I'm in. I don't know. But I analyzed that last debate. It was brutal to watch. It was terrible to watch. I watched that last debate. I broke it down. I literally broke down each answer. That's crazy to think about. But I was like, how Trump was asked about this and then he went to immigration or whatever. I didn't hear that on this debate. He seemed pretty focused. Unhinged, I think, and that's where they're going with the angry stuff. The feedback for Trump, I would say, is the close of the debate, which who's really watching that anyway, but he does need to bring in a little bit of, you have the option with me of a positive future. I think he could bring that in. I think he could tie that in to not always be as aggressive. But I'd rather him err on the side of aggressive than not. I'd much rather him err on the side of unhinged aggressive than not.
Including several key battlegrounds. And this is why you have Harris, who has been the leading voice on this issue for the Biden administration, really taking it to the former president, who has been sort of all over the map on where he stands. Look, his record is clear. He appointed 3 of the 5 Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. At the same time today, when he was pressed.
Everything going on in the world, they're still talking about abortion. My goodness. Wow.
On his stance, even what his own running mate has said.
Look how short she looks. She did all she could do. The only thing she could have done more was wear those Ron DeSantis boots, those lifts. She should have got her a pair of Ron DeSantis's because she looks like a little thing trying to shake Trump's hands. Trump's like, where are you at? That's not a good picture for Kamala. Nothing she can do about it, but that's not a good picture.
He would veto a national abortion ban. You heard the former president not even committing to that. And so Harris does see this as a very effective line of attack, especially when you look at the polls. She still has that double-digit edge, especially in those battleground states among likely female voters with.
And one of the areas where former President Trump has struggled is connecting to those.
Women have always voted Democrat, though. Let me look that up while they're talking.
Women voters, especially those who are undecided. What is the sense? How is the Trump campaign responding to how he did on that tonight?
Yeah, well, the former president's campaign insists that Harris essentially didn't necessarily go into a lot of detail about her policy positions. They continue to insist that they're doing very well among likely female voters, but they also know, Whit, that this is an area that the former president has to do some work on ahead of November. And it's a reason why you are seeing the former president really turn his focus, as he tried to say in the debate tonight, toward things like IVF. And him saying that he wants the government to provide provide free IVF to women in this country. It's a reason why he's trying to turn the page and focus more on women's issues, because he knows that he's behind in the polls compared to Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, whether or not he did an effective job at laying that all out tonight, I think that remains to be seen. I still think that tonight the former president drifted into a lot of areas that his advisors and allies just did not want him to go into. They wanted him to stay on message.
No. Those are the areas you didn't want him to go into. I've been telling you all that, from even Charlie Kirk was saying that before the last debate. What she's talking about is not getting into some of these things that you wouldn't hear on ABC or CNN. That's exactly where Trump should live, and he did do that.
Didn't want this whole back and forth over rallies and crowd size, or
He didn't have a back and forth over that. She brought it up. He didn't bring that up.
or allegedly eating pets in Ohio. They wanted him to really focus on the issues.
Notice they're not talking about who was eating the pets, who was allegedly, and there's a lot of evidence. I know there's two pieces that got debunked, but well, let's start with the Haitians. They have a history with animals, sacrifice, voodoo, and literally eating cats and dogs. That's a thing. And whatever, anything basically. And there's reports well before this story blew up. We have 911 calls, not the one with the black that ate the cat. That's not even that one. A different 911 call and other anecdotal stories. So don't think, I don't care if it's true or not. I love it because now you're talking about it. You're trying not to bring up the illegal Haitian problem in Springfield, Ohio, because it's hard to bring it up without saying, well, what are you talking about eating the animals? You Google eating the animals and you see, wait, what? It's Haitians in where? Springfield, Ohio. It's like Somalis in Minnesota. How's that happen? Why is that there?
All right, Rachel Scott, we're going to talk more about that right now. We appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to bring in Senator Marco Rubio from Florida. And that question, Marco, we're going to pick it up right there.
Why are they bringing in these goofy-ass niggas
advisors
for?
and Trump campaign officials going into tonight that they were hoping that the former
Rubio does go hard, though. He's not going to let no journalist push him over, though. That's for sure. Even though he's a neocon. I mean, he's basically Nikki Haley.
president would stay on the issues and stay on message. Do you believe that he accomplished that? How would you rate him tonight?
First of all, I think that Donald Trump has been running for president since 2016.
Yep.
He has been president. Americans have lived under the Trump presidency. He's well defined on these things. And a lot of things he said tonight, it's part of the persona. And so I think if he hadn't done some of those things, people would be watching and saying, oh, that's a different Donald Trump. It's not the same guy. I think the person with the onus tonight was Kamala Harris, who's still not very well known. And I think tonight what you take away from it and everything she says and in the days to come, what I think a lot of voters, real voters, not political pundits, not people like me, just people that are out there in the real world watching this that are going to be voting, that aren't daily political people, they're taking away from it. We don't know a lot about her. And tonight we found out she either basically is the same as Joe Biden on public policy or even potentially farther to the left, given her positions in 2019 and 2020, when she wanted to pay for the transgender surgeries of illegal migrants in detention, when she was raising money to bail out rioters. A lot of people didn't know she was doing that, where she wanted to defund ICE. Or she's just like Don. And by the way, one of the most outrageous moments tonight, she stood there and basically touted what happened in Afghanistan as a success. That it was a great success. It was a humiliation. It was a disaster. It was not a withdrawal. It was a retreat, and a costly retreat. It cost 13 American lives, cost our national prestige.
She tried to put it back on the Trump campaign in the sense that these were...
Marco Rubio did well there. It's, you compare Marco Rubio to J.D. Vance, and just from the standpoint of speaking and presentation, J.D. Vance is very smart. He's not bad, don't get me wrong. But Marco Rubio actually cuts through. J.D. Vance is talking, and it's going in, for me at least, one ear and out the other. Even though he's smart. I like listening to him. But Marco Rubio's really breaking it down in a way that it's kind of easier to digest, I think. Even though he's even more of a neocon than J.D. Vance.
Dates that were previously established and negotiated by the Trump administration.
That doesn't make any sense. Biden was the commander in chief.
said that's a lie, because there was no dates that said the Taliban runs you out. What happened there basically was
I agree,
the Taliban
Barton.
forced
Yeah, this is not
the
moving.
Afghan government.
It's fun for me to. I like debates. It's really fun for me. It's and I usually don't have the time to cover them, so I'm kind of happy to be able to do that. But this isn't moving the needle. This is not moving. No, this is not moving the needle. But it's almost like you're arm wrestling and it's a draw. There was a possibility that Trump had a huge gaffe or something, or Kamala had a huge gaffe or something, and the needle would have been moved. So that was a possibility. So that's a win for Trump. Trump came out atop because none of that happened, which it could have happened. But no, there's no needles moving here. Barton says he took the bait, so Barton's not happy with how Trump handled it. Barton says, no, aggressive is fine, great, but he rambled and tripped. I don't know. He was resonating with me today. He even had me do a little bit of clap. Trump resonated with me today. I haven't changed my position on Trump or anything, but today was a good day for me. But for Barton's describing the Trump from the last debate who was really rambling off and off topic. What I mean about unhinged is that he took the bait every time. I don't know. Did he take the bait? Why do you say he took the bait? I don't know if he took the bait. He was on offense. To me, taking the bait for Trump is when he's bad is when he takes the bait and then he is on defense and he says, well, I didn't do this. That wasn't the truth. That's a lie. All that doesn't help. So he did a little bit of that and then mostly offense for most of these answers. Just like J6, he was not on the defense for J6. Don't be on the defense. So I thought he actually handled that well.
That she was bragging about, it just collapsed. They just abandoned their posts. They ran us out of the country. They gave us 72 hours to get out.
That's true.
And we had to leave behind $90 billion worth of equipment that they were just parading around the other day. That was not a part of any Trump plan.
Yeah,
that most certainly was not part. That was a result
all
of
true.
the collapse of that government due to the malfeasance, malpractice of the State Department and the Department of Defense. Not a single person's been fired for it.
Yeah.
Everybody sees it for the humiliation that it was, even Democrats. And she's bragging about it.
Marco Rubio is, I don't know what's wrong with him. He's so good at sometimes he's really, really good. Like this answer here, this whole sit down is really good. Way better than J.D. Vance. Marco Rubio, he has a little edge to him when even like Cedric Richmond got a little edgy when the reporter tried to push back. But that's almost off-putting. Marco Rubio is more of a edgy, but coming back without looking like pettiness. So he has a little edgy there, and he goes back. And Marco Rubio does a good job in these. He's doing a really good job here. And he's being targeted on Kamala as a commander-in-chief. That's all this is about.
It is a great success. But there's a lot more to unpack here. Tonight, for the first time, that 25% of Americans that say they wanted to learn more about her, they're beginning to learn that, in fact, she was not born on July 24th of this year. She was vice president. She's been there when 50% increases happened in our groceries bill. She's been in the White House when over 10 million people have entered this country unlawfully over the last 3.5 years.
Can I ask you about immigration?
Yeah.
A good politician like Marco Rubio, they literally would talk forever if you did not stop them.
Obviously, this is something that you've spoken about, and so has the former president. Polls show that Americans, voters, at least right now, trust former President Trump more on the issue of abortion. But does it help his case when he comes out on immigration, forgive me, on immigration, but does it help his case when he comes out and talks about things like, migrants kidnapping and eating pets in Ohio? Does that help his
there's
case?
people, listen, I don't know if that's true or not true. And what he said tonight was that there are people out there putting that on social media.
Government officials have told us that.
The city manager said they've had no reports of it, but there are actual people, real people who are claiming this, and that it's happening in Springfield, Ohio.
Good answer for Marco Rubio. This is not a story I just talked about that. It's not a story where it's like a total debunk or something like that. So a couple of things that went viral were not Haitians, or it wasn't the right time. It was a different Haitian in a different city holding a Canadian geese, allegedly, and then the other one was just an American, a cuckoo American black is what it looked like. She didn't look American, but...
That's had like an influx of 15 or 20 million migrants brought here under this parole program, and that's claims that people are making, and that's what he's pointing to. But irrespective of that, beyond it, the people, I was just in Ohio last week and people were talking about Springfield. And what they were saying is it has been a real burden on, that same city manager, I believe, was the one that came out and said, we have a housing crisis because they flooded our community with people that were brought.
Yeah, I believe it was I think it was the city manager that wrote the letter.
In under the Biden parole program. The Biden immigration program has been a complete and absolute disaster. It has led to 9 or 10 million people coming into this country unlawfully, including people they claim they vetted that turn out to be members of a very violent Venezuelan gang that is now terrorizing New York City, Chicago, parts of Florida, and Aurora, Colorado, as was pointed out tonight. She has to answer for that. She's been there when all this was happening. Why didn't they do anything about it? I was disappointed, frankly, that she was not pressed more on that. On the record of the last 3.5 years. She has not been some bystander. She has been in the White House, the second most powerful figure in this administration, when all these terrible things have happened to our country. She should have been forced to answer more.
Trump did a good enough job reinforcing that.
For that. That said, I think that tonight those issues, President Trump effectively raised those issues in the minds of a lot of undecided voters who I think are going to begin to take that into account as they fill in the blanks of who she is.
What about the issue of election integrity? Trump again tonight would not acknowledge the results of the 2020 election. He also, when asked multiple times if he had any regrets about January 6th, didn't answer that question. Is that going to be a problem for him?
Well, I think what he said about January 6th was that he's not responsible for what happened that evening.
You don't think he bears any responsibility for?
I believe in individual agency. I think there were a lot of people that went to Washington to protest, and there were a handful of crazies that went in to do something they shouldn't have done. And among those, there were people that were violent.
See, Trump didn't go into this stuff. I don't like this. I don't care what someone did at J6. If the government doesn't give me a full breakdown, even if they did, I don't know if I would believe it, but under oath, if the government doesn't give me a full breakdown of every single undercover or agent or person working for them that was there and what they did and all the film, I don't care what anyone did on J6. They should not be hemmed up in jail or anything like that. So I don't like this. Trump was way better on this answer than Marco Rubio.
And people that committed crimes, and the ones who committed violent crimes, those people should serve.
No.
No.
Not if the government's not completely transparent about what happened. We can't. How can they be judged by a jury of their peers if we do not have all the information? That's nonsense from Marco Rubio here. This is where he has to mold back into this whatever DC corporatist that he is.
Their sentences if you committed an act of violence, but I don't think that they did it. Donald Trump didn't tell him to go do it, and that's what he has said. I do think, on the other hand, we have to ask Democrats, what about these people that were out there excusing the rioters that were burning down American cities?
But
some of them weren't even prosecuted.
Do you have confidence that this is going to be a free and fair election, and that there will be
Yeah, listen, free and fair elections is one thing, but people have to have confidence in the process. For example, in the state of Georgia, they entered into a consent decree. They ignored their own laws because they entered into a consent decree and allowed a court to change their laws and how you're allowed to vote and when and what method and so forth. And when you do that in multiple places, including here in the Commonwealth, that undermines people's confidence, especially in a close election. That's why election laws are so important. That's why they need to be followed. It's not just about getting the count right. It's about conducting an election in a way that gives everybody confidence that nothing happened that shouldn't have happened. And that didn't happen in 2020 because COVID caused a lot of states to try to create flexibility that didn't exist in statute.
But the investigations never.
We've been waiting for it, and we do have, for me at least, breaking news. Taylor Swift has publicly endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris for president. So it is official. We were waiting for this. Taylor Swift and all her Swifties or whatever, she has a lot of influence with a lot of people. And she has officially endorsed Kamala Harris for president. This is via the New York Times, updated 25 minutes ago, USA Today as well. She did it on Instagram. Taylor Swift stated, and I quote, "I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for the 2024 presidential election. MAGA knew this all along. The populist right knew this all along. That's why even going back to last year, so people were wondering, why were all the MAGA people going after Taylor Swift? She did the same thing in 2020. She waited till later, I believe it was October, a month before she did it this time a month before the early vote. Last general, she did it a month before the in-person vote or the deadline. It's not even in person, you just drop it off in a lot of places. So that's official now. She did it on Instagram. She had no choice but to do that. She wasn't going to do it if it was Joe Biden, but Kamala, of course. She was just waiting for the call. She got the call. She says, I will be casting that vote. She explained her decision by saying, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is steady-handed. She is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. The endorsement came immediately following the high-stakes debate, so that is hot off the presses. Hot off the presses right after the debate. Kamala struggles in the debate. Boop, 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 boop. Kamala doesn't even make these decisions. Whoever's making the decisions, boop, 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 boop. Call up Taylor Swift. That's a big story. Any other stories we have to cover up? Trump did pretty well. I think he did very well, but from their standpoint, they'll say Kamala didn't outdo Trump, so let's call her up. Operation Swifties. Boop, 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 boop. Taylor Swift, they call Taylor Swift's people. Allegedly, they call Taylor Swift's people. Taylor Swift says, okay, already had a PR person send the tweet, send the Instagram. Swift mentioned that she, like many others, had watched the debate, which apparently influenced her decision to speak out publicly. I agree with that. It didn't go the way you thought it would. The endorsement from Swift is particularly notable for several reasons. Massive influence with 283 million Instagram followers. Swift's endorsements reaches a vast audience. Previous political involvement, Swift has been increasingly vocal about political issues in recent years, encouraging voter registration and turnout amongst her fans. In the past, Swift's voter registration efforts have led to significant spikes in registrations. For example, in 2023, she helped register over 30,000 voters in a single day. Swift recently had a controversy that I might have done a little bit of research on, just a little bit, not a lot. And I'm talking about the naked AI pics that went floating around. Announcement, middlemaga.com. We officially support the work of the courageous AI artists that gave Taylor Swift a real ass and had a nigga noticing. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. The AI stuff was like, I was like, huh? Because Taylor Swift naturally has, I hate to say this, she's not attractive just regularly. The ass isn't proper. She's just kind of blah. Not that she's ugly. But what you can do with AI is something else. Taylor Swift should have been sending out thank you cards. The AI artists didn't make her look ugly. They made her look better. What is she complaining about? They put that in this is Perplexity, and they give you context you don't even ask for with the response. And she was talking about the AI images falsely depicting her endorsing Trump. Well, these weren't even the ass pictures. I went straight to the ass. There was, after that, recently, there were people saying Swifties for Trump, and some people were believing it. It was just a joke. That was a good meme. That's a good idea. So there you go. There you have it. In our society, yeah, Marco sounds great, except for the J6 stuff, which is annoying, but that's probably just me. Bart and Bella, take care. Have a blessed night as well. Thank you for stopping by. Silent Rage says, Kamala was spitting rehearsed lines. Yes, but it didn't sound rehearsed to me. Like, it didn't sound like she was like, I'm supposed to say this. You knew it was rehearsed, but it was smooth enough. So Kamala didn't do bad. Kamala didn't do poorly to me, but yes, they were rehearsed. Trump was on point because I think he sharpened his knives with the podcast. I really do. I really believe the podcasts that he was on helped sharpen up his, because he was on with Lex. I don't know when Lex recorded that. Sometimes he records real late. I don't know when it was, but Trump didn't have his energy in the Lex. Who cares? It's not moving the needle, but he didn't have his energy. Tonight he had his energy for 90% of the night, and then he tailed off. I know how that is. It's long. Well, he's older too, so he doesn't have that same stamina. It's a long night. It's a long night.
Never found any examples of widespread fraud.
But it's almost impossible to find widespread fraud. But that's not the claim I've ever made. The claim is that they have not followed their own laws. And when you don't follow your own laws of election, you open the door to fraud. But more importantly, you open the door to a lack of confidence in your electoral process. When you say these are the rules and then you violate those rules,
Texas v. Pennsylvania. Yeah. And then other states too. But that's the big one. Supreme Court didn't hear it.
You are undermining people's confidence in the election, especially when one side comes up short by a very narrow margin. That's why election laws are so important, to protect people's confidence in the elections.
True. I don't like him sidestepping the widespread fraud. You can talk about, I'm not going to sidetrack, but you can talk about it.
That's why they're so important, and they weren't followed in 2020 in multiple jurisdictions.
All right, Senator Rubio, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Let's go ahead and head over to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, who's been talking to both campaigns. Mary, your thoughts on what we've been hearing so far from the Harris campaign?
Well, look, they certainly are absolutely thrilled with how this night turned out. They think that Kamala Harris was out there looking presidential, that she was in command, and that they feel she did, shine a spotlight on Donald Trump's record, that she was able to articulate her positions and pivot and get under Trump's skin. And look, there's no question she did successfully goad him in many instances, and they feel that she was really successful at that she threw Donald Trump off message. And it does appear, is that Donald Trump there going into the spin room, perhaps, making an entrance there as well? Whit, I know you'll keep an eye on that. Let me know if you need to turn there. But, one of the things that's so interesting is looking ahead now. Where does the Kamala Harris team go? Because so much of this comes down to whether, they can spin this how they want. Trump's team can spin this how he wants. But what it comes down to are those key independent voters. Harris is going to be out there in those key battleground states in the coming days. And they feel this was so successful. They are now asking for a second debate in October, challenging Trump to see if he will accept that debate. Maybe you can shout that question to him there, Whit. And in a final, just, sort of top off the night here, Taylor Swift tweeting out to her 283 million followers that she is now endorsing Kamala Harris. With that is going to be something that's hard for Trump to shake off.
Hey, Mary, forgive me. Former President Donald Trump is here in the spin room. Whenever there's an audience, we know that the former president likes to be part of it, so he has essentially taken over. And there is a scramble here on the spin room floor. Let's go to Jay O'Brien. I think you're right there in the middle of it. Jay, what's going on?
Wait, Donald Trump has just walked into the spin room here. He's walking here. Mr. Trump, we're live on ABC News here, sir. Mr. Trump. I think he's about to talk. Wait, here we go.
So we thought it was our best debate ever. It was my best debate ever, I think.
It might have been.
And it was very interesting. It showed how weak they are, how pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country and the border with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92 to 6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind.
Did she get into your head tonight, sir?
The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good. But beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country. They've destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was a very interesting evening. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're so confident you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did, but people said, would I come here? And I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. but it was I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President, you talked.
I have no idea.
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair, the moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big debate.
Mr. President, prepared for that kind of debate?
Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why won't you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris
She
if you
wants
believe?
a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see, 71% to like 24 or 25%. We'll look at it. But
All right, Whit. So if you still have me, he's walked a little bit away from.
Trump out here like a boss. Did Kamala? I haven't seen Kamala do this. Is she coming out? You can't let Trump do this type of stuff, man. That's Trump at his best right here. You got to do it. Even if she didn't do bad in the debates, there's nothing to be ashamed of. She should come out too. She should come out the same time Trump's out there.
From our camera, now he's at the edge there. You won't be
She needs to do more boss type moves.
able to hear him well, but one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine Folders asking, why not commit to another debate if you believe that you won? He said he believes he won this debate, but then he was also asked, why be here in the spin room spinning about this debate if it's a debate that you believe was a clean win? We're going to try to get you as close as we can to Donald Trump, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear. Let me try to get my mic in there and see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
Yeah, we're listening. Let's see what we can hear.
I thought it was my best debate. I thought I had great debates. I thought this was my best debate. Well, I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president. He's, the office of the vice president. And certainly, if you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What did you think about that?
Mr. President! Mr. President!
What have I done? Project 2025. Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. What do you think of the moderators? I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were just happy.
All right. So, if I could just tell you what we're seeing, because it's probably still hard to hear him. Donald Trump has entered the spin room. He's gaggled with reporters. He came over to our camera just a few moments ago, and now he's walked over to the corner there to another section of the gaggle here. It's hard to see him. I'm going to try to keep the camera on Donald Trump as much as we can, although there's a sea of heads to get in here. Here he comes, Whit. Hold on. Mr. President, over here, Mr. President. He's going over there.
Andrea's got him.
So if you can see, that's the back of his head. He's walked into the spin room. This was an unannounced visit, Whit. He has said numerous things about the debate, the top line being that he believes that he won. He talked about polls that we're not certain of where they exactly came from as showing him up in the race. But point being is Donald Trump has made this unscheduled appearance here to the spin room to say that he won. But he got asked the question, why be here in the spin room if you believe this was a clean win? And he didn't really fully answer that.
All right, Jay, forgive me as we're following everything. Former President Trump right there in the spin room. We are going to step away from this just for a second. We'll come back if anything happens. But we want to talk to our Republican and Democratic strategists, Reince Priebus and Donna Brazile, to get their reaction to everything that's happening. I'm sure there's no surprise to you that he came here to the spin room, wanted to take over and be the center of the floor. But Donna Brazile, let's start with you because obviously this was a big moment for both candidates, a pivotal moment. Donald Trump says that he won the debate and that Kamala Harris lost badly. How do you see it tonight?
Once again, the president of the United States, the former president, is once again just making it up as he go along. Look, I've never seen a candidate walk into a spin room to try to control the conversation when he fumbled, when he wasn't able to deliver. He ran it. He went back to his rally notes. He had nothing to offer the American people. And even when he got a second bite at the apple, something he didn't even deserve in the conversation, he brought us back to his dangerous, distorted realm of being. It was pitiful to watch him. Look, I thought the vice president gave a solid performance. She showed the American people tonight that she has the vision to lead this country. She wants to unite this country. She talked about lowering costs. She talked about what they are doing now and what she plans to do in the future. So I think the vice president should be proud of her performance tonight. She knows she has a lot of work to do. She got to get more people, to rally and to support her candidacy. But you see the former president out there trying to get the media to pay attention to him. The vice president say, let's pay attention to the American people. They deserve better.
Let's bring in Reince Priebus because Reince, earlier this evening when we were talking before
Getting
the
the
debate,
gang back
the
together.
recommendation that you gave, or the advice that you said that you would give the former president, was for him to not take the bait and to stay focused on the issues. There were a few moments there when Kamala Harris was able to get under his skin, specifically when she was talking about crowd sizes and things like that. How do you think the former president did?
Well, I think she did get under his skin a few times. I mean, that's obvious. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think Donald Trump's numbers change at all. And I think the big mistake that Kamala Harris made is she didn't address head on the biggest issue in the race, which is the economy, the cost of living. She had nothing to say on immigration. She had no answer when she was asked about defunding the police. She had nothing to say about the families that were lost in Afghanistan. So I think those are opportunities lost. I do think that the President Trump anyway, closed very well when he said, look, you work in the White House every day and you talk about the things that you want to do. Why don't you do the things now that you work in the White House? And so I thought that was a strong ending. Whether or not anyone was moved tonight is another story, because I don't think Trump's numbers move, and I actually don't think Kamala Harris addressed the most important issues in the race. Getting Trump mad about crowd sizes and all these other things, it's not going to move any voters at all.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazile, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, we do want to bring in Tulsi Gabbard, former Congresswoman and Trump campaign advisor. She's joining us here in the
I'm curious to
spin
see
room.
what she
And
says.
Tulsi, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
You have a unique perspective here because not only have you debated against Kamala Harris, but you were once a Democrat. Now you support former President Trump, and you helped him with some of his debate prep. How do you think the evening went, and did you see some of the things that you discussed before the debate play out in real time tonight?
President Trump kept this debate very focused on the issues that matter most to the American people. And I think, to me, when you look at this debate, that was the biggest contrast, is that President Trump really brought voice to the American people who are concerned about crime on their streets, who are concerned about millions of illegal immigrants crossing the border, and how this doesn't just affect the border communities. This is affecting, in a very negative way, communities all across the country. He kept coming back.
I will say, as much as I don't like the RFK Tulsi, it's watering down the movement. They are very good, effective communicators. And J.D. Vance is not. And I think Trump picked J.D. Vance to get the Thiel money and the Thiel backing, Peter Thiel. And then he's got RFK. RFK appeals to the emotions of leftists like nobody else. He's very good at that. Tulsi is a great communicator. He's got some good communicators to talk on his behalf here.
Back to these issues, he kept coming back to the economy and how more and more Americans are continuing
Mike
to
has
struggle
bad
to
knees. We
afford
got the
basic
homies in here, Ray
necessities,
Studios.
groceries, gas.
You guys probably didn't hear a minute. I just saw the.
Every single day that their dollar
We
is
got
going
Ray Studios. We got Mike has bad knees. We got the whole crew up in here. What's up?
concerned about, and quite frankly, that Kamala Harris not only didn't really speak to
Oh, Ray, you can hop. Yeah, Ray can hop on. Let's do. Let me email you the link, Ray.
in the Biden-Harris administration's policies, and that they have been the ones in the White House these past 4 years, not Donald Trump.
So you talked about immigration and the economy.
Ray, I'm emailing you the link right now.
Voters have trusted, at least in the polling shows, they trust Trump a bit more. But one area where he's been vulnerable has been abortion. And we heard from
Just
Nikki
1
Haley
second here.
earlier. She suggested that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance need to change the way they speak about women. Tonight, there were some heated exchanges over the issue of abortion. Trump himself has struggled to sort of define where he stands right now. How do you think he handled that part of the debate?
I think he clarified and told the truth about a lot of things that Kamala Harris accused him of that were outright lies. She was trying to tell the American people that he supports a federal abortion ban. He does not. She tried to tell the American people that he's trying to ban IVF, something that's personal to me because it's something that my husband and I, for years, tried to start our own family through the use of IVF. It didn't work out for us, works out for a lot of families. President Trump was quick on the draw when that Alabama court ruled, and he immediately said, no, we have to protect IVF, and the Alabama state legislature took action. She continued to say things. She's trying to say he's trying to ban birth control. That is also 100% false. So President Trump, I think, did a good job in clarifying the truth after Kamala Harris continued to lob lie after lie at him, saying things that he stood for that frankly just are not true.
Well, the former president made some false claims, too. He said that, there were states that wanted to kill babies after they were born. We fact-checked that a bunch of times, even prior to the debate. There is not a single state in this country that would allow that sort of thing. But I want to ask you about something else. He also made a pretty serious allegation saying that he took a bullet to the head because of the way Democrats, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, have been talking about him, saying that he's a threat to democracy. You're a former Democrat.
I agree with Mike has bad knees.
That
Nobody's changing off of this. I agree.
or that
But what could change people? I don't know what changes people at all at this point. That's why it's a turnout election. It's not a I want to get a wider group of people election. It's a you got to make sure your people come
Hitler,
out.
Not once, not twice, but year after year after year after year. It doesn't take an FBI. It shouldn't take an FBI investigator.
Oh, Tulsi was, yeah,
add
that's
1
right, I
plus
did hear
1
that.
equals 2. People always say, "Well, what would
Tulsi
you
did
have
a good. Yeah, let's look at that. Tulsi.
stopped Hitler?"
Let me look up
after
that
World
story.
War II. To think that any person watching them call Donald Trump today's modern day Hitler wouldn't take it upon themselves to say, hey, maybe I should be that hero to go and take out this man who these people I see on television, who these powerful people in Washington are saying is our modern day Hitler, then you're not actually living in the real world. There are consequences to using that dangerous, insightful rhetoric, and it would not surprise me to know that it would lead to that very dangerous and tragic situation.
former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
Thanks,
Thank you
Whit.
for your time.
Nice to talk to you.
Breaking
Nice to talk to you.
news. Breaking news from Trendwave. This weird Twitter account that came out of nowhere called Trendwave. Breaking news. Nicholas J. Fuentes has weighed in. He's been going live, I think, the same as me. I have not seen one thing from him, and I am curious to see where is he at with it. Nicholas J. Fuentes, the fearless leader of the unstoppable America First movement, declares Trump's back after the debate, despite Nick's previous strong criticisms of Donald Trump. Nicholas J. Fuentes says Trump is effing back. Wow. This is as Nick is prepared to go to Michigan to basically campaign against Donald Trump. Big news right there. Big news. And we have the homie Ray Studios in the building. Ray, what's good? What's your thoughts on the debate?
Well, I didn't watch the entire thing because I was at work. I just got home and I was watching clips of it. From what I've seen, it's been 75 Trump, 25 Kamala. From what I've seen on X, and from what I've seen, Trump demolished her completely. From everything that I've seen, maybe there's stuff that I haven't seen. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there is. But from what I've seen, it seems like Trump completely demolished her throughout the debate. And I hope you're happy now, Osiris, because your boy Nick actually is back on the Trump train now.
Well, we have to. That is a developing story. So we have to figure out what's going on. Is Nick still going to Michigan? All that. That's a smaller story. But yes, I did just cover that, Nick. I mean, I agree with Nick. I agree. Trump had. I missed probably 10 minutes of it. So I listened to everything except for about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
Trump was. It might. Trump afterwards said it was his best debate ever. It might be his best debate ever. It might actually be that.
I mean, I'm not sure it'll top the debate with Hillary when he said because you'll be in jail. I don't think it will top. I don't think you can top that. But I actually really love these both debates he was in, both of them. Like from what I've seen, because I love the one where he completely demolished Biden. That first one, he demolished him, forced Biden to actually drop out. And from what I've seen with this one, he demolished her. Like Kamala was going like. Literally the entire thing from what I've seen. That's literally all she was doing. So,
yeah, it was smart. Her mic was off, so you couldn't hear it. But yeah, she was doing that. But at least when she was talking, she wasn't cackling.
Mike, I actually have not lost any weight. Like, believe it or not, I have not lost any weight. But the weird thing is, a lot of my pants don't even fit me anymore, even though I haven't lost any weight, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, it could be. I mean, I don't know if you're working out or not. You could. Oh no. I was thinking it could be muscle, but hey, it's all good. But Trump, I would say this could be Trump's best debate ever. That debate, I have to go back and listen to it again. Trump was really good in that debate with Hillary, and he had a better moment with that you should be in jail. That debate was wild, though. Can you see that debate? They were standing up and walking around. So Trump actually a couple times like got close to Hillary Clinton in like a menacing, it wasn't menacing, but you know what I mean, in an intimidating fashion. Like they were walking around the stage. That's how far we've come, or we haven't.
Run, stop, run. That I saw that moment. It was like, whoo! Like I was like, this is 2016 Trump. Both of these debates, in my opinion, are 2016 Trump. He's got his mojo back. I'm fully convinced of it.
I don't know if I'm going to say that, but yeah. I mean, we haven't seen this since 2016 Trump. And in a manner, he was almost better because he was on point.
Yeah.
Like he was on point with the topics. So even healthcare, which was one of the tougher ones for him to answer, he said he didn't have an exact plan at the moment. But it was better to me that he was actually answering the questions. You could tell it wasn't a weak moment because in the aftermath, ABC didn't bring it up. They want to talk about abortion. He actually handled the abortion one well.
He said it should belong with the states. It's not a federal issue.
Yeah, and he's been saying that, but he's kind of, I have to go back and look what the problems I had with him in the past. This time he handled it really well. And I have to go back to my notes and see some little things that he did where he was on the offense. And then he turned it back on her and said, oh, you wanted Roe v. Wade, right? He said, you wanted Roe v. Wade. And I said that you guys wanted it full term. And Kamala was like, no, we don't want full term. Then Trump was like, when does it stop? And she couldn't answer it.
Yeah, who is that? What's the guy's campaign name? Who's the guy again? Corey something? The guy
Lewandowski?
I think he's had a major impact on Trump's campaign. Like the campaign was okay, but he dramatically upped it up once he came back on. He upped it up. Yeah.
I was questioning that because Trump has had some really bad, for me at least, bad moments, but it's possible with this strong debate, it's possible that he had a role there. Tulsi Gabbard helped Trump, so you got to give Tulsi credit. Yeah.
And I did, correct me if I'm wrong, did RFK help too?
I'm looking it up here. In addition to Gabbard, Trump received debate prep from Matt Gaetz.
Okay.
Who's an amazing debate guy. Tulsi Gabbard's amazing debate. I didn't see anybody else on here. It could be. I'll have to do some researching, but
I know you're not the biggest fan of Vance, but regardless of how you feel about his positions, he's an excellent debater too, regardless of how you want to look at it.
Yeah, I broke down his Tim Ryan debate. Tim Ryan is a good debater, and J.D. Vance beat him in Ohio, and that shows a lot. It's the J.D. Vance thing is he could have picked worse. Marco Rubio, like from a policy standpoint, is worse than J.D. Vance. The thing with J.D. Vance is it's not a big deal. He's a vice president. He's not going to change anything. The way that he communicates doesn't cut through. That's the only thing that's my only concern about him. But I'm not even really too worried. J.D. Vance is not the story. The VPs are not the story.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think Trump chose Vance in part of his debate skills. I think that's why he did it, at least in my opinion. I don't see any other reason why he would have picked him.
Yeah, well, Peter Thiel, he's a Silicon Valley dude now. I know he was born in Ohio, but he's a Silicon Valley dude now. And Peter Thiel is one of the big, Palantir. He works with the Department of Defense, literally, on security and all that stuff. And Trump wasn't getting his support. Peter Thiel backed DeSantis. Wasn't a big Trump person. Trump wanted Thiel money. J.D. Vance is a Thiel guy, so that's really where that came down.
Yeah. I'm probably going to have a good time waving my Trump flags this weekend because I think this was an excellent debate from what I've seen.
It was outstanding. I mean, it was
I have to see the rest of it because, like I said, I only saw parts.
It's worth
of
watching.
It.
Oh, it's worth watching.
I have to see the whole thing before I have a full-on opinion on it.
Yep. I had a feeling that going into the Biden debate, I didn't like it as much as you. I had a feeling it was going to be dry and boring. That one was boring for me. This one was really good. This one going into it. And Ray, it wasn't even, you have to give Trump even more credit because in the Biden debate, Biden was just gone. He was gone. In this one, Kamala did well for her. Trump just outdid her. So you got to give Trump even more credit because if Trump wasn't on his A game, he would have lost this.
Well, no, actually, he had to be on his A game because it was 3-on-1. It was not one. Like from what I've seen, and maybe like I said, I haven't seen the whole thing, but from what I've seen, Kamala it was embarrassing. Like it was the two moderators that helped her look better. Like they were fact checking Trump, but they weren't fact checking her at all. So I'm sorry, that's a bias. I don't care what anyone says on that.
I was heated about that. In the moment. It's the exact same thing they do with community notes. You can pick and choose when to provide context. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I did not see them fact check Kamala Harris once in the whole debate. They fact checked Trump multiple times, but it actually helped Trump. Because then he was able to retort back. He didn't just let it go. But if he would have just let it go, then it wouldn't have worked out as well.
Yeah. The fact that they didn't fact check the Charlottesville comment, that says everything about the moderators. Yeah.
Yeah. And then she had the Charlottesville's lie. We're still doing that. How many years ago was that? Was that 8 years ago or something?
That was 2018. Or was it 2017? Was it 27?
So
was it late 2017?
We're 6-7 years out from it, and they're still lying about it and didn't fact check it when they fact checked Trump multiple times. But it's backfiring. I think if they really want to hurt Trump, they should stop doing that because it's backfiring. I don't know if they were ready for Trump to kind of, like you said, return to a little bit of the 2016 Trump that would combat that in a smart way. Maybe they weren't ready.
Yeah. And immediately after, the Harris campaign said they want to do a second debate because I think they have some internal polling that shows she didn't look that good. I think that's what happened.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, when you look at you watch the UFC, I used to watch boxing. Who is the person after the fight is over, Ray? Who is the person that says I want a rematch?
The dude who lost.
The dude who lost. I mean, she basically admitted she lost.
Why do you think Floyd never wanted to have a rematch with anybody?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, undefeated. I don't need a damn rematch. That's why Trump was like, I don't know, we might do it. We might. He didn't say that, but he had that nonchalant answer. He's like, I heard she wanted a rematch.
You know what?
We might. you know.
something they should do. I don't think this has ever been done in history, but something they should do: have a president and VP, the nominees for both sides, all four of them debating each other at once. I think we should do something like that.
Yeah. Do you want? I know JD Vance is good, but
Vance would wipe the floor with Walz because I'm still waiting for that VP debate. I don't know when that's going to happen.
That's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and she also repeated the bloodbath hoax. The bloodbath hoax. What a hoax! He was talking about the auto industry. He wasn't talking about any type of physical bloodbath. I mean, nobody. It's just that didn't land at all for her.
Yeah. Also, another part I did love when Trump said he thought he was going to send her a MAGA hat. So
yep, that was a good line. He had quite a few.
He should still send her one regardless.
Yep. He should send her one. Yep, I agree.
Yeah. Regardless if she throws it away or not, he has to do that because that would be the ultimate troll.
Yep. It's on point.
But someone who I respect dearly on X has been pretty negative of Trump on the debate, the quartering. I'm a huge fan of Jeremy.
No,
but he was going off on Trump, saying he was doing poorly, which I don't know what he was. I don't even know if he even saw the debate from the comments he made. Which even Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers was saying, "What are you talking about, man? What? You're not making any sense right here."
Well, I mean, that's what people said about my take about the Biden one. But let me just say this. I like Jeremy a lot from afar because he's just so good at what he does. He's one of the best marketers in this streaming stuff is marketing. So when you see you don't have a lot of views or whatever like that, your marketing sucks, basically. And I know it's difficult in the political realm, but the quartering got it. He knows how to market, but he's not a political guy, man. He doesn't have political instincts. Ray, I'm going to you 100 times out of 100 for your political take over the quartering. It's not even close. I mean, not even in the same. But Mike has bad knees. I'm going to Mike has bad knees over the. That's not a diss to Jeremy. We all have different strengths and weaknesses. I don't really. Jeremy's not a political take guy. His takes are actually cringe a lot to me.
But yeah. But the thing that is really surprising to me is that Nick and the Groypers are back on the Trump train. At least that's what it looks like.
I wouldn't say back on the Trump train. Here's another message from Nick Fuentes on it. He says, and I quote, "The Groypers smile upon the debate performance tonight and will consider this in our ongoing Groyper war." I know you don't like that, Ray, because he's making the statement from the standpoint of we are the movement and we judge you. We have judged upon Trump that his performance tonight was good, but we're keeping an eye on it.
Well, this is my problem with them. Like they say that Trump used to be this hardcore right-wing guy. No, he wasn't. He was never a hardcore right-wing guy. He's always been a moderate.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but yeah. But I mean, tonight, this is the first night of, if you want to call unity, this is the first night since Trump won the primary that we've had unity from the, if you want to call them far right or whatever, I don't even know what to call the movement, the Christian nationalist side, authoritarian side, and the more MAGA, moderate, whatever you want to call it. The first night we've seen unity. I think we largely agree Trump did well. Even on the Israel topic. Because Trump was so let me tell you what happened, Ray, if you didn't see this part. Trump was on a roll. Like he was killing the game. Okay. And then they transitioned to Israel. And I was scared. I was like, oh no. And he answered the Israel question well.
What did he say?
So he didn't put Israel's dick in his mouth. He didn't do that at all. He just said, hey, Kamala Harris, if I was in charge, he went through the normal stuff. If I was in charge, there never would have been a war. Then he said Kamala Harris didn't even show up when Benjamin Netanyahu came through. She was at a sorority party instead.
That's actually funny.
I know, landed too. Funny and lands. You're not a commander-in-chief. Even if you don't like Netanyahu, I criticized Kamala Harris at the time. Even if you don't like Netanyahu, you got to show up. You got to show up and tell that nigga to his face, I don't like you, or at least do something to show I'm the commander. She didn't do that. And then after that, Trump said, you're bad for the Arabs too. So he said, not only are you bad for the Jews, you're bad for the Arabs, which appeased the Nick Fuentes, not that he was trying to necessarily, but appeased my side and dissed her with her dissidents. Brilliant. Chess move. Brilliant. He answered the Israel question brilliantly.
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
Yeah. So, but yeah, what I was saying was earlier before my mic cut out is that Trump was never some hardcore right-wing guy, not even in 2016. He's always been a moderate. The thing is, he just hasn't been as far right with them on Israel. That's why, which to me, look, Trump has always been a pro-Israel guy. So can't they accept that? Why can't they just accept that? He was even in 2016. He was.
When he came, I went back and listened to his speech after he came down the escalator. In his speech, it wasn't a lot about Israel. In his speech, he said, I love Israel, or something to that effect. I will do a segment on that. But, so he was always Zionist, always. But it never really came up like it did. Like Trump in 2016 said, I don't need none of your money, none of those big donors. I'm a billionaire or whatever. I'm a millionaire. I think he was a billionaire at the time.
He was.
I'll fund it. And then they jumped on board later on, but he was more in charge. Now they did the lawfare against him. He needs the money. He's more like on his knees. But you have a fair point. He was always raised overall point stands. Trump was always pro-Israel.
Well, like I said, I think Trump saw what happened in 2020 where he lost and he was funded his own campaign and lost. So he's like, he needs the extra money to win in 2024. Like you can have whatever opinion you want on it, but I'm saying you have to at least acknowledge that the point that Trump is trying to make.
Oh yeah, and a lot of it's because of the lawfare, the unconstitutional lawfare, millions upon millions of dollars to defend yourself against unconstitutional acts. Yeah, he needs the money, and I supported him. I still do. So I said, yeah, you got to support him. How is he supposed to fight it by draining his own resources? If you want to support Trump, you got to support him financially through I don't care how much he's worth. You got to support him through it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I have to ask you, because I didn't see the whole debate, what was your favorite moment in it?
Let me think about that for a second. My favorite moment in the debate, he got me hype a couple times. He did a good job tying it back into I think one of my favorite moments actually was when he said, you guys threw Biden out like a dog. He said he straight up said it. He was like you guys, pointing at her. He's like, you guys threw Joe Biden out like a dog to die. And it's so true. Everybody knows it's true. So what are you gonna say? And then it forced Kamala to say, well, you're debating me, not Joe Biden. So she still had to throw him under the bus again to move on. I think that off the top of my head, that's my favorite. Then this was a big part of the debate, believe it or not. Everybody was waiting for Kamala Harris to say, excuse me, don't interrupt, I'm talking.
And Trump said it.
Trump said it first. She didn't even get to do it. So once Trump beat her to it, she couldn't do it because it would have sounded corny. And Trump did it really well, too. It was really, because he was in the middle of something, and he was like, he said something like, he said, excuse me. He's like, excuse me, I'm talking. And then he stopped talking for a second. He was silent. It almost came across, and it didn't come across too disrespectful, but it came across forceful enough. Perfect tone. It was a great moment.
Yeah.
Trump had the only criticism. There's only two criticisms, literally, only two criticisms I have of Trump. One, the Project 2025 stuff. He denounced it again. Well, he has no choice. He can't.
Me and you disagree on that. I just, in me personally, I don't trust the people who are backing it, at least in my opinion. And I think he had to back away from that because I don't trust it, in my opinion.
So we disagree on that, but I do acknowledge he's already denounced it, so he can't flip-flop in the debate. So I can't even really knock him for that. And he didn't do it too much. The other part was the close. he didn't seem as focused on the closing as I think he could have been, but it was still okay. But then I think he should have closed on a positive. Like, if you vote for me, he's still struggling with that. And in the spin room, you heard him talk about, I hate having to talk badly about the country. And he tried to do a little bit he doesn't need to do a lot of positive stuff, but I think he could have wrapped it with a little, that's a very small criticism. I said I gave Trump a B+. I switched that up. I think it was an A. Maybe we'll have to look at it. Maybe even an A+. I don't know how he could have done better.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I got to look at watching the whole thing afterwards.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This one's worth watching back. This is gonna be a fun one. And Kamala did well too, so it's not like it's gonna be boring watching Joe Biden. Kamala did well even though she was lying a lot, whatever. She did pretty well. So it was entertaining. One of the better presidential debates in a long time. Because even the Hillary one, Hillary was not enjoyable to listen to. I
She's
actually
annoying.
enjoy. Yeah, I know. Kamala did not come across as annoying,
Like
even with the lies.
The two most annoying people are probably Al Gore and Hillary Clinton.
I
in that
agree
faction.
completely. I agree completely. They are so annoying.
As horrible as awful as Bush is, at least he doesn't sound robotic like Gore does. At least we have to acknowledge that.
Yep. And Barack Obama is not annoying to me. Yeah. Hillary Clinton actually in the DNC had a good speech. She was not annoying to me in her speech at the DNC, but
yeah.
Trump actually talked about he's like, I think he said something to the effect of they tried to put a bullet in my head for some of this stuff and blamed it on her and the people who moved Kamala up. Great line.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad he brought that up because the news doesn't talk about it anymore. So now now the normies can actually recall it, because has it been 2 months already?
Yep. It's been about 8 weeks. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
So these next how is it 7 weeks till the election? Is it 7 or 8 weeks?
Well, early voting's
Starts in 2 weeks.
yeah. So looking at November, yeah, we're less than 2 months, right?
Man, this is going to be interesting. Like,
yeah, October surprise. We're gonna probably have a September surprise.
Yep. I'm still waiting to see what their final card is, because there's something they're going to try something else before election night. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be multiple things. It could be false flags. It could be all kinds of things going on.
What if they try to assassinate Trump a second time?
I don't know, man. That's a great question. I mean, obviously, God forbid, but I don't know, man. I mean, it could happen. I mean, it's just crazy, just absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what would happen. I don't think nobody has energy to do anything, and thankfully, like kinetically civil war or anything like that. But
This Alex Jones brought this up, and a few others, like about Kamala's earring. It looks, because they're saying it looks just like one of these earpieces things, like that, so you can hear someone tell you something. Like Alex Jones just tweeted about it a few minutes ago. You should take a look at it.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
Like, I can bring this up right now. I'll show you right here.
Yeah.
Like, Alex Jones just brought this up. So, yeah.
We're seeing this in a lot of debates
Yes,
now where it
it's right
seems
here.
okay, let's see.
Look at the earpieces that look like earrings. Look at a lot like what Crackling Kamala was wearing. What do you think? All right, this is it. I mean, I don't know, but it looks similar. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah,
you guys.
It looks
Wow. Guys, there's something to it, guys. Yeah, there's something to it. People are talking about it. It looks like it could be the same type of thing. I'm not saying for sure, but there's something to it. It is a legitimate question for people to be asking.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it looks similar.
Yeah, it's a legitimate. What I'm saying is it's a legitimate question. It's not like, ooh, this conspiracy theory or something. It's that's a question.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised. I don't know if it looked like she needed it. That's really hard. I mean, when you're in a debate moment like that.
Well, she was taking notes, though.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, she was.
So.
So maybe that's why she was very focused. She was very good. So maybe that's why.
Yeah. Well, Me personally, and this is just me, I'm not going to be making any election predictions until election night. I'm not going to make any predictions
I
whatsoever.
know. I should know, but
I don't.
No,
I don't.
it's
I
hard
don't care.
not to.
I don't care what anyone says. I refuse to make any predictions until election night. No, I don't care. Not just presidency, not just states, not just the Senate, not just the House. I'm not falling into that hole again like in 2022. I'm not going to. I'm not making any predictions until election night once they start counting the votes. When that happens, I'll look at what my prediction could be then. That's what I'll do.
Let's plan another big night, Ray. Stream everybody, link up the streams, and
Well,
are you doing one?
No, not right now. On election night, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm going to be out on the street waving my Trump flag downtown.
Word. Maybe I'll do a call in or something real quick, like 15 minutes or something with you, like Ray on the streets or something.
Like I'm gonna be like I've been filming a lot of my Trump flag waves on these past couple weeks.
Oh yeah, we saw you on the street with the homie Adam Francisco going viral. Yeah, Carlos up there too. Shout out to Carlos.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I've been doing them since I got back from Florida too. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, one dude literally went ape crap on me. Literally, almost. I thought the guy was going to get out of his car and fight me, or he was going to ram his car into me. That's how crazy this one dude was going.
People are crazy, man. We saw the clip where the softy charged Adam Francisco,
the beta male,
and he said he handled it really well. He didn't do it. He just kind of like, get off me.
You know something?
Bitch.
I asked Adam when him and Carlos went to lunch about it. And what Adam told me was that he'd rather that guy spend 6 months in jail than actually embarrass the guy by beating the crap out of him on camera. So yeah,
he handled it perfectly. It was like, what do you do with this, you beta male, and just kind of didn't even do any. He kind of tossed him off of him. But if you haven't seen it, the clip that it's gone viral to like millions of views because everybody started picking it up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's got clips that are going viral like crazy.
Yeah.
If you don't know him, a lot of his stuff has people are using a lot of his stuff and not even really crediting him.
Yeah. My favorite video we made was when we were at Tampa Comic-Con filming videos. Like I was the cameraman, and it was absolutely.
I didn't know you were.
Yep. I'll bring it up right here, real quick. Oh.
Well, just real quick, you could bring it up. Look for it. I'm gonna bring up the beta male where was that? Here it is. I think it's right here. No, where is it? Okay,
because he's the best for the country. Because he's the best for the country. Look at this weird guy. Yeah. He's never lifted a weight in his life. They call us weird. Are you really gonna hit me?
This nigga wearing pink shorts.
It's the flop.
What the fuck? This goofy ass nigga, what are you doing?
Are you really gonna hit me? You want to go to jail for assault?
Damn, Adam was like, bitch, don't try me.
What Carlos told me was that if it was him, I'm not the guy out.
God, I'm glad it didn't happen to Carlos, man. Carlos would have gone.
Carlos said he would have probably gone to jail if it was him.
I think he said he looked like Crooks. Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah.
I'm so glad it wasn't Carlos. Carlos would have caught a case, man. We've been like, oh damn. Carlos done off the nigga. Carlos would have ended that nigga's life.
Yeah. This was my favorite video we did. We were at Tampa Comic-Con. It was fun.
Welcome back to my channel. We're out here in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I saw some of this.
First time here. Now, you've been here before.
Yes, I come here every year.
Awesome, awesome. What do you think about the crowd today?
The crowd is kind of light. It's a Sunday. Normally, the bigger crowds are on Saturday, which is the time I normally come.
All right, so if you're going to come to Tampa Bay Comic-Con, make sure you're here on a Saturday. And we're going to ask people here who they're voting for, Kamala or Trump. Let's see who the nerds stand with today.
I am wearing a Woman for Trump shirt today. It's subtle. Do you like my shirt?
I love it.
A little subtle. And today the cameraman is actually Ray Studios. Ray, do me a favor. Turn the camera around. Show your face.
I did see this actually.
Yeah.
There
I
he
did
is.
see that.
Awesome.
So that's the mug shot.
That's the mug shot.
He does good editing. Does he
Oh,
do his
yeah.
own editing?
That's right.
Yeah, he does his own
And
editing.
we're gonna have a good time today. So we're gonna go inside
Takes
and
a lot.
interview some
Spends his
geeks and
entire
some
night
nerds.
just editing videos.
Let's have a good time.
Takes a
Superman.
lot of time.
All right. And God bless Trump. We're here and we're gonna be looking for liberalish looking people. Try to get some. Show this guy's shirt. So let me ask you a question. Do you love hot moms?
I definitely do.
And then I got another question for you. We have an election coming up between Trump and Kamala.
Trump
All day?
all day.
I think Trump also loves hot moms.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, yes, he does.
Why do you support Trump?
Why? I think he's gonna be better for our nation, to be honest.
Yeah. I think
Way
he
better.
was better when we had him.
Oh, definitely. Yes,
No?
he was. Yes.
Oh yeah, let me shake your hands.
Hey.
God bless you, brother.
Thank you. You too.
What are you dressed up as?
This is my favorite one right here.
Who would Starfire?
Oh, this is the beef. This is the beef.
I was laughing
Another
in
question
my
for you.
head
We
this
have an
entire
election coming
time.
up. Kamala
Yeah.
and Trump.
Okay.
Who are you riding with?
Kamala,
Why is that?
because I like her better than Trump.
Now, what's one policy of Kamala's you really love?
That went viral.
I was laughing in my head this entire time right here when I was filming it.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Then her
How you doing?
boyfriend shows up. and-
Yeah, we're talking about politics. Fun topic.
Gotcha. Well, we're with our friends. We're gonna be going.
No problem. Who are you dressed up as today?
That little clip went viral.
Where's that from?
Yeah.
Demon Slayer.
This one is actually
We have an election.
funny right here.
Look at my shirt.
Not this one. The gay
I'm
Dr.
identifying
Strange
as a woman today.
I think that's
Great
the.
outfit.
I haven't seen this
Are you
far
with Trump
in
too?
it.
Yeah. Because you're a real man. God bless you. Doctor Strange.
This is the gay Dr.
Victorian
Strange
time.
right here.
It's
1
beautiful.
second. You'll see why.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
I need to know what a doctor of magic thinks. Who are you voting for this election, Kamala or Trump?
Kamala,
And what's one reason why?
because she's not crazy.
Okay. But policy-wise, like, what do you like about her?
I think she really believes in people.
Okay.
Look at this part though.
Not
We
everything's
missed
about her.
we missed this part when I was filming. Look at this lady in this cat costume right here. See it? Look at the sign. Look
Cat
what it
ladies
says.
for Kamala, huh?
Me and Adam didn't notice this when we were filming this.
Was she doing that on purpose?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yep, because she saw the camera.
No, I don't think she even noticed
Oh,
us.
okay.
Okay. But policy-wise, like, what do you like about her?
I think she really believes in people.
Okay.
Not everything's about her. That she wants to do good for everybody. And I think there's a lot of freedoms that are in danger of being lost or partially lost
What the
already.
hell are you talking
And
about?
I think she's going to help us get them back.
What's one of those freedoms that you think that we're losing if Trump gets in?
That what?
What's a freedom that we're going to lose if Trump gets in?
Well, I think he's going after gay marriage.
You think he's going after? Do you identify as a gay man?
I'm married.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Oh my-
He didn't go after gay marriage his first 4 years, and he was the only pro-gay marriage person his entire career. Joe Biden and Obama used to be against gay marriage, and they flip-flopped.
I believe that marriage is the union between a man and a woman. I am not somebody who promotes same-sex marriage.
Marriage is between a man
though
and a
he's
woman,
gay,
and states must respect that. Why do we need a constitutional amendment? Marriage is between a man and a woman. What's the game going on here?
Trump's always been pro-gay marriage since the 80s.
But that doesn't matter. He didn't get it done.
Do you think he's going to go after it?
Oh, I think he's going to let the Supreme Court do all kinds of crazy shit. And Clarence Thomas is a real danger to our freedoms. And he put all those people in there, and I think they're going to start stripping rights away.
You know, the next president, whoever gets in, is probably going to put 2 more people in SCOTUS during their next term.
Well, that's the hope. Yeah.
And what if Trump gets in? How are you going to feel about that?
I'm real upset. Yeah, I mean, you got to live with what happens.
Right.
But doesn't mean you have to be happy about it.
That's true. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Strange. Appreciate
That's something interesting though. Whoever gets in is going to have probably two new Supreme Court nominees.
Yep.
I think if Trump gets in, he has to convince Thomas and Alito to step down. He has to because they're in their 70s. So
Yeah, I agree. I hate to see that, but yeah, you have to strategically.
that's going to take some convincing to get Thomas to step down. A lot of convincing.
Yep. Yep.
Can Trump do it? I don't know, but yeah. And there was another one I did want to show you. One more.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let me find it right here.
So you learned some camera skills.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, I just filmed it. He didn't tell me to film any particular way. So
Okay.
Election, Trump or Kamala?
not this one right here.
Sure.
What's your costume?
I am Jolene from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
You see, after we filmed this girl was actually flirting with me. Actually, yeah.
Okay. She doesn't look bad at all.
The thing is, Adam bought her coffee or tea, because this is for a Starbucks we were in line for. So
Oh, I see.
yeah. And because of her response, Adam insisted he buy it for her. So
And then we have an election coming up. Kamala versus Trump. Who are you voting for?
I don't know if people are going to be too happy about this, but you might be happy about this. I don't want to pay as much for gas. I'll leave it as that.
Oh, so you're a Trump girl. Let me shake your hand if I can.
Yeah, I'll give you the hand.
God bless you. God bless you. You're a real woman. Yeah. That's right. Trump. Nerds for Trump. Geeks for Trump. If you guys appreciate the work of my cameraman, I'm going to put his Cash App down in the description. If you guys want to show him a little bit of love, make a donation and support him. But more importantly, make sure you follow him on X at Ray Studios 29. So what did you just buy?
I bought chocolate for my wife.
That's a really nice thing. What is the key to a happy marriage in your opinion?
this is interesting right here.
Oh man, gosh, there's so much, but I would say effective communication is definitely one of those things, right?
Yep.
Love, peace, understanding.
How about unexpected gifts?
Yeah.
Like
I
what
mean,
you just did today.
Well, yeah, I think that the further along you get in the years, the more you can get into the routine of things, the mundane. It's really important to do the things that you did in the beginning to keep doing them throughout.
So basically, always keep dating your wife.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, absolutely.
There you go, guys. So what did we just step as today?
Karomi and my Melody from Hello Kitty and Friends.
I know Hello.
It's right here.
So that's an important issue to you?
I should do that. Yeah.
That's an important issue.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap it up. We had a great time out here in Tampa Bay Comic-Con. Highly recommended if you're in the area. And you had a good time today?
Yeah, I did. It was not as big as on Saturdays, and there's not a lot of stuff on a Sunday. But if you're gonna come on a Saturday, you're gonna find a lot of the art contests. They have meet and greets. They have Q&As. They go all out on Saturdays.
Awesome. And my feeling was that most of the nerds here, they stand with Kamala. It feels like I feel like we got more Kamala love than Trump. But
Did
I guess I kind of
agree with that?
Ray?
Watch this part.
What the?
Of
Hey Ray, are you
course.
supposed to be here? Turn it back. Turn it back to you. Are you supposed to be Nancy Pelosi?
Get out of here, get some food, and I just wanted to say, as always, God bless Trump.
That was funny.
That was fun filming. That entire video was fun to film.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah. Like the reason that the camera was moving a little right there is because I was putting the mask on. So yeah.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Of course you had to bring the mask.
Yeah. Lizard Man had to show up once, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had a really fun time in Florida, man. A really fun time.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah. Like it's a very good area to live in my opinion. I'm thinking I might get a vacation home down there one day.
Oh, that'd be nice, man. Yeah, I've been. Where have I been? I've been to Orlando. Been to a couple places in Florida. Yeah, it's nice out there, man. There's a lot more traffic than I thought.
Yeah,
but
actually,
it's nice.
Didn't seem like there was that much when I was down there.
Mm.
I mean, there was much more compared to here in Iowa, but as a whole, from what people describe it as, it's not a whole lot of traffic.
Mm.
Yeah, but something did happen when I was down there. Some weirdo hit Adam's car with his car.
Oh shoot!
Because
on purpose or
we don't know. I find Adam doesn't think it was, even though the guy didn't leave a note. He just left immediately. I think it was on purpose because Adam has a Trump 2024 sticker on the back of his his back window.
Mm-hmm.
So someone hit his car, hit the bumper, the front bumper got knocked off.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man. You put yourself at risk when you kind of get into politics, and there's crazy, like you said, crazy people out there.
Yeah.
But let me.
Mental illness isn't a joke. It's
No, we have serious illness here, man.
Yeah.
This is the Daily Wire backstage.
And this is where the anti-Semites are hilarious. I wish it wasn't true. The Groypers are funny as hell.
they're really-
They're evil.
Evil and hate are fun. It can be funny, yeah.
They believe in a demonic ideology, but they are hilarious. And they found the one frame of the whole show where the watermark landed on Drew's head.
Dude, they're super funny. They made a Hispanic gay guy the leader of their movement.
I mean, Ben's not wrong right there. He's not wrong. Let's just be very clear at that last part.
But you know how
I have my issues with these people, but Ben wasn't wrong right there. So
I have big issues though, because in this space, there's nothing more disgusting than to have someone's name come out of your mouth and you're not willing to have a conversation with them.
well, I would never have a conversation with Nick. I never would.
But that's not good though. If for me, if I have said, maybe I don't say it enough, but and I've had like Craig Pasta, who is one of my favorite dudes out there. We had a disagreement on China. We jumped on the live and talked about it. I'm trying to think of who else. I had beef with a couple other people. I offered and they declined, like Caitlin Johnstone, who actually she was right, I was wrong. But looking at it back, but if you have somebody's name come out of your mouth, Jeremy Boring went on a X Space and talked with Nick. Jeremy can talk about the Groypers or Nick. Ben Shapiro has not. He should stay out of that conversation. Nick's name should not come out of his mouth. And it didn't come out. He didn't even say Nick. He said their leader.
Well, the thing with Candace Owens, too, even though this is a little off topic, Candace didn't bring up Nick first. Nick brought up Candace first because Candace started going into that space, and they didn't like that, apparently. So Candace didn't fire the first shot. That was Nick who fired the first shot.
Yeah, it wasn't even trying to fire shots, though. What happened is she got into the space and people gave her feedback that you're not covering this in a balanced way. The Groypers gave her feedback. Nick didn't even get involved. The Groypers, and it wasn't me. They weren't making fun of her or anything. They just said, hey, you're doing this wrong. Then she got into her feelings, and then she started talking about Nick and all that kind of stuff. Then Nick replied, and then Candace replied again today. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Groypers don't like her, and the Groypers don't like me, so, yeah.
I don't know if the Groypers don't like Candace. It's more...
they're literally calling her a biatch all the time now, so literally. Or, yeah, so. I won't say the other one, but, yeah.
I think that could turn around if she just changed her take. Because when Nick was banned from X, the profile pic that she uses right now for her branding, that was the pic Nick chose. She copied Nick. Nick chose that picture of her for his profile, Candace Owens. And so he always supported, kind of in this way, supported her. So that's kind of how it's a funny thing how it went down, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's debate, man. It's wow.
Oh, one thing. It's completely off topic, but I want to say rest in peace to James Earl Jones, man.
Rest in peace. James Earl Jones, legend.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me get this right here.
Darth Vader. You got Darth Vader something, don't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This doesn't like going in a lot, so. Yeah, this right here, my Darth Vader hot toy right here.
Yep.
Rest in peace to James Earl Jones. He played my all-time favorite character in Darth Vader, which it's a big part of my childhood.
Yep.
Yeah. Like James Earl Jones and Peter Cullen are probably my two favorite voice actors of all time. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones, just legend. Rest in peace, man.
He's now one with the Force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah, he wasn't involved in it because there was no voiceover, but that Darth Vader scene in did you like Rogue One? I think you liked Rogue One.
I loved Rogue One.
Rogue One was a good movie.
Yeah,
but the Darth Vader scene at the end of Rogue One,
That was
Bruh.
James Earl Jones' voice in Vader in that movie.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, in that scene, I don't think Vader said anything, but
He said something the scene before that when he said prepare a boarding party.
yep. When he's up on top and they pan out. Yeah, and then he boards. Oh man, that the end of Rogue One where Darth Vader, man, that's if they would have just let them do the rest of the Star Wars, it would have been so dope. The battles in Rogue One were the best battles of any Star Wars movie. All of the fight, like the battles, they felt like World War II type battles. That they directed it like it was a real war.
Yeah. And he was part of the greatest twist of all time. I am your father.
I'm your father. Yep.
Yeah. Man, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work without his voice. It just doesn't. It doesn't come together without his voice.
David Prowse, the guy who did the body of Vader, he originally was supposed to do the voice. He's a British guy, so it sounds pretty weird. And they didn't tell David Prowse that they were going to change the voice. So maybe I think George should have been pretty clear with David Prowse about it. He should have. But let's be very clear. To me, James Earl Jones is Darth Vader. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah.
Oh, without question. And you're gonna hear his voice live on forever through voice cloning and all that. Iconic. And he was. Let's not forget. I mean, he was a great Broadway actor. I played that scene from Fences, his famous scene. I've played that before. Amazing scene where he's talking to his son.
Yeah. Also, I loved him in The Lion King as Mufasa.
Mufasa. He was in Sandlot. He had a small part in Sandlot, but
I love
Field of
that
Dreams too, right? Wasn't he in Field of Dreams?
I think so.
Yeah, with Kevin Costner.
He might have been. I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
He was the one that was He was trying to talk. I think that was the baseball movie, whichever one that was. It was Field of Dreams because he was telling Kevin Costner not to sell the farm. He just had that presence, man. He had when he was on screen. He had a presence.
Yeah, one of the greatest voice actors of all time, and it's such a shame that he's gone now. And you know something? So many of the original actors who were part of the original Star Wars trilogy are gone. A lot of them are.
Yeah, a lot of them are gone.
James Earl Jones, David Prowse, Carrie Fisher, Peter Mayhew. I forgot who the guy who played Boba Fett. He's gone. Let's see. The guy who played Count Dooku.
The guy who played Count Dooku's gone?
Yeah, he died.
Wow. He wasn't that old, was he?
Oh, he was in his 90s.
Really?
During the original trilogy. During the prequels.
Wait, what? When he was playing Count Dooku?
Or he might have been in his 80s, but he died when he was in his 90s, though.
He didn't look that old.
That's because George Lucas used a lot of CGI in that movie. A lot of it.
Okay. Wow, I never knew that. I have to look that stuff up.
Yeah.
The guy who played Boba Fett, how did he was younger, wasn't he?
No, I'm talking about from the original trilogy.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking the prequels,
Yeah. Also, Kenny Baker, who played R2-D2 in the original trilogy, he's gone.
Man.
A lot of them are like Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, Billy D. Williams, Anthony Daniels. Those are pretty much and George Lucas. Those are pretty much the people who are left now.
Yeah. Is there a chance? I haven't followed. Is there a chance that George Lucas could buy it back?
I wish he would, but Disney would.
Yeah, movies are getting more. It seems like they're trying to get more base now. Did you see the Deadpool Wolverine?
No.
You're not going to see it?
I don't really have any interest in movies anymore.
Oh, you're out. Wow.
But a movie I am going to go. I will go. It's more of a documentary, but I'm going to go see it later this month. It's Christopher Reeve, the Superman story.
Oh.
Like Christopher Reeve, who played Superman in the original actor.
Got paralyzed?
Yeah, he's my favorite Superman of all time. No
question.
Yeah,
that was classic Superman.
Yeah, they're doing it's basically a documentary movie style of his life, where his kids are coming forth and explaining a lot of stuff, and basically how his life was before he got paralyzed, and then after he got paralyzed. Like
damn, it was a horse riding accident.
Yeah, he fell on top of his head and broke his neck.
Damn.
Yeah. It broke his neck from falling off a horse.
It was messed up.
Man. And his wife died a few years after he died.
Wow.
So yeah.
That's a hell of a story.
Yeah. Oh, and one of his sons is actually making a cameo in the new Superman movie.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Who's playing Superman now?
Forgot what his
Okay.
name was. I let me look it up real quick.
Yeah.
People are saying the costume looks horrible. I mean, I'm fine with the costume. It looks a little baggy, but I think they can touch it up with CGI. Give me 1 second.
Baggy. He should
I'll
be
show-
wearing tights.
He is wearing trunks. He is. Let me see what his name is. I forgot what his name is. The guy's name is David Cornsweat. I think that's how you say his name.
What?
David Cornsweat.
David
yeah.
Cornsweat. What the hell?
Yeah.
Or corn? Yeah, Cornsweat.
Yeah.
Oh, I could see. He looks like a young Clark Kent. I could see him. He looks
Yeah.
the part.
Yeah. Let me show you what the suit looks like. I mean,
Yeah, he
like
looks
I said,
the part.
it looks like I said, it looks baggy, but I think with CGI it can be touched up.
You're sharing it?
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up right
Yeah,
here.
just let me know.
Let me pull it up right here. I got it right here. Okay. Like I said, it looks baggy, but with CGI, they can touch it up.
Mm-hmm.
This right here.
Wow, why does it look like that? Are they trying to make him look stronger than he really is? Is that what it is?
Like it looks a little baggy. Like, I mean, I think there could still be work done to it.
There's work that needs to be done for sure.
This part looks a little awkward, but
That's
with
really
trunks,
bad. That's not good.
but like I said, I think they could touch it up with CGI though.
Why does everything need to be touched up with CGI? I mean, they gotta use that. They overuse CGI too much.
Yeah, this is a full on. You can see it right. That's the suit.
That doesn't look right. I don't know. Something looks off about it.
I mean, I'm gonna go see the movie because James Gunn's behind it.
It's no big deal, but it's just a little off looking to me.
The only thing is, like I said, the weird thing is you can see his junk with through the trunks. That's the weird thing.
Well, this is kind of the territory when you're wearing spandex, man. It's kind of the territory.
And
there's no other way around that one. You can ask Bridget Macron, allegedly. Allegedly.
I'm convinced. I'm sorry. There's a lot of like Michelle Obama, Bridget Macron. I think there's a lot more of them around, more than we think.
Michelle Obama, for me, it's more just people. We have the right to make fun of whoever for whatever reasons. I don't know what she is. It is weird that we have no pictures of her pregnant though. But Bridget, is that how you say Brigitte Macron?
Brigitte. Yeah.
Brigitte. That one I fully believe is.
Oh yeah.
I fully believe. There's a lot of evidence. So yeah, Candace is the one that put that. Obviously, put that on. I didn't know much about it at all. I didn't know anything about it until Candace.
Yeah. This movie comes out next year, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
they're trying to be more based now. I think there's no woke stuff. I'm hoping they get better writing.
I mean, I'm gonna go see this movie because I'm a huge Superman fan, so I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm gonna give this one a chance. But anything else at the current moment, I'm not interested in giving it a chance at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious when they do the new Batman. I'm curious if they're gonna have him have the trunks.
They're doing another Batman?
Yeah, like they're doing another Batman, the movie The Batman.
Yeah.
There's a sequel coming out to that. They're also doing another one in this Superman universe right here. It's called The Brave and the Bold. It's going to be about Batman and his son Damian Wayne. So I'm curious if they're going to have Batman have the trunks like he did in the Silver Age.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting to see. Really interesting.
Yep. I'm gonna jump on this. There's this Twitter space here. Looks like they're talking about the debate. Just see if there's anything we missed on it. I doubt it, but
has Lauren Chen done anything?
I think if you're the Democrats and you felt you won,
came out?
then you have Taylor Swift come out next weekend or a couple days later and, continue the momentum. But that's not what happened. They had her drop her endorsement tonight.
The volume.
And to me,
you have to
that
change
seemed coordinated. I'm not saying it is, but it seemed that way.
And I could tell you guys this. You could talk about Taylor Swift. You could talk about all this thing.
Oh, that was
James
coordinated.
said that
Yeah.
I think was extremely important.
It was intentional.
The healthcare issue.
Yeah, it was
because Not only
coordinated.
did he look unprepared, but let's not forget.
But how's
when he
this
was
going to be
president
handled with the
for 4
Brittany
years,
Mahomes
that was his
situation
main
now?
mission. One of the things he ran on was to do away with Obamacare. And then while he was president for 4
Yeah.
years, he kept promising the country that he's rolling out a health plan. He kept promising. And today, to get up there and to say that we're still working on
How
it
do I
9 years
control the
later,
volume?
I think that's going to have the biggest effect out of this whole thing because people really saw that he has no idea of what he's doing and what he's
Nick
planning on
posted
doing.
another thing.
Yeah, I think healthcare is like issue number 7 on people's minds today. It's an issue, but it's issue number 7 in people's minds. And number 1, 2, and 3 are the economy, and number 4 is number 4, 5, and 6 are the border. But I do think that Cenk is correct. If you're whining about the refs, that means you lost. No one whines about the refs when they win. I think that's correct, and I think that it's a sign that
right here.
certain people are concerned.
Hold
certain
on.
people on Trump's side are concerned about how tonight went. I'll tell you
Why
that I agree
can't
with
I
Brick
control
Suit
the
that Taylor
volume?
Swift coming out tonight. That certainly was not her own independent decision. Someone told her to come out with that announcement tonight because everyone knew where she was going.
What's that? I can't control the volume on the space. So what were you saying?
This is an ABC poll. Pull it up right here. Yeah.
This is an
This is from-
ABC poll? Is that
Yeah.
real?
I believe it is real.
Wow.
I believe it's real. And even like Nick also
Oh, it
said
says
this.
Fox though.
No, it
But
says
yeah,
ABC right there. See?
Oh, it says ABC. Interesting.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
But either way, I mean, I don't know how many people, but maybe it's an online thing. I don't know, but that's not good for Kamala. However you want to.
Yes.
What's that meme that you just passed? Oh, never mind. What's this? Trump tonight? Yeah. Okay. What's it? We'll suck.
We'll suck D to win.
I
mean-
love AI, man. I love AI.
If I gotta show you this one that I made. Yeah, the other. You know how people were making so many cat and duck memes with Trump yesterday?
Yep.
I made this one. Let me find it. Let me go down here. Let me see it. I posted it somewhere.
I don't know if I saw it.
Someone made a turtle one. That was fun. Let me find it right here. Come on, where is it? Yeah. Come on, I'm trying to find it.
And then you're making the.
Oh, this one was funny though. That
Yeah,
one
I
someone
did see
made.
that. Yeah, I did see that.
Grab the.
A lot of these are being
But I
made
did
with
make.
Grok.
I did make this one though. This
You
one
did?
I did. I made this one.
Did you? That's a good one.
Haitians. I'm cooking ducks in Ohio.
That's
So-
funny.
So yeah,
I mean, you can eat ducks, but not the mallards, not the Canadian geese
yeah. I mean, there's a few more. Let me just
from the
find it.
park.
I made that one with Cat Turd and Trump.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, there's a few others. Let me find. I made that one geese for Trump. I made that one.
With Grok?
Yeah, I made this one though with Taylor Swift. I made this one.
Oh.
White privilege is a myth with Taylor
Mhm.
Swift.
Mm-hmm.
I did make this one. This one was cool.
You did make that one?
Yeah, but my favorite one that I made. I'm trying. Oh, I also made this one too. So this is my second favorite one that I made. My second favorite, a pit bull with an AR-15.
It even got the "Make America Great Again" right.
Yeah,
Wow.
this one. This is my
getting
favorite one.
better.
This is my favorite one that I made.
Oh, that's a good one. AI is crazy, man. But wait, go back to that Nick post. Nick said Trump was bold. He was pretty bold, yeah. He was.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go back to that Nick post. This one right here.
Yep. Nick said tonight Trump was bold, outrageous. I don't even think he was too outrageous. Genuinely funny, fact. And most importantly, he focused on immigration. Yeah, he did. Not too much, not overly. But he didn't really talk about the policy too much, but he did focus on it in a good way. This is the America First playbook that he needs to run until the election and what will save the country. Epic performance tonight, W. Trump.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could tell even Nick. I aligned. I didn't even know Nick's take. We both have the same take from it.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Well, cool, man. I'm gonna head out. This is it was a good night.
Yep. Make America straight again.
Yeah, I think Bryson Gray has gear that says that.
Me and Adam made a joke. We're saying that all in a video down in Florida.
Oh yeah,
it's on camera, so you can watch in one of the videos we made.
Yeah.
Or make America great again, once again.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Well, Ray, I'm out, ma'am. Have a good night. Everybody follow Ray on X at Ray Studios 29.
Yep. Peace.
Take care, everybody. Peace. We out.